Victimae Paschali laudes, immolant Christiani, agnus redemit oves, Christus innocens Patri, reconciliavit peccatores, mos et vita duello conflixere mirando, dux vitae mortus regnat vivus. Dic nobis Maria, quin vidisti in via sepulcrum Christi viventis, et gloriam vidi resurgendis. Angelicos testes, sundarium et vestes, surrexit Christus spes mea, precedit suos in Galileam. Ciemos Christum surrexisse, a mortuis vere, tu nobis victor rex miserere.
走り炎の戦士を照らす飛び散れ筋肉ビーム勝利に向かって私は強い筋肉マン走る見事に心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight 私は強い筋肉マン走る見事に
Alright, good folks, morning. And happy Friday to you all. Get that morning lung out of there. Because today we got more intimate to get through. Left off, Chapter 1, The Baron. In the guest room of our, how to put them, our hosts. And for the most part, our day is done, right? Journal-wise, we managed to get our pay early for the job that we're doing on this manuscript. So in the morning, we'll give it to Clark. There was the option to leave it on their table, but I don't trust anybody else, right? If there's money on the table for their taxes, that's a lot of money. Somebody might get ideas, either in the house or outside the house. There's one little shit around town who's less interested in helping his cousins tend the sheep and more interested in looking for easy marks. And we're supposed to be doing our Journeyman project of trying to finish this manuscript, and instead we've been hitting on nuns, dining with barons, picking up Brother Pietro's work, so we got more work for us. Also, I finished the obnoxious lighting problem here. See, with the angle the Earth is at this time of year, the sun comes right through those windows perfectly, where even with blinds up, it's just like laser focus between every crack in space. So I put one of my favorite smaller throw blankets up there. And now the massive source of light from that miasma of incandescent plasma outside isn't bothering us any. So it could actually be seen. I'm not all shrouded in darkness anymore. But I'm also kind of keen on exploring more of the house of the town while I can. All the good folk are probably asleep, so there likely isn't anything else to explore at night. What else is there? Because we can only go on the path right. All those lines you see aren't just roads. Those are the only places I'm allowed to exist. There's the old salt mine, a waterfall, the shrine of St. Sadia. I'm just gonna take this night. He's worked. He's actually worked today. So we're gonna go to bed. And then tomorrow, we'll see how much the town opens up to me. He's even changed into his nightcap. Gotta keep his hair looking good for the sisters tomorrow. He slept all the way until prime. Time to get to work, nothing. Oh, I made him go to sleep. But the chickens are up and active. Little Ursula, oh Ursula, what's wrong? Did something happen as she got the colic? Do you need any help with Ursula? All the leaks now, they talking from the rain, or does her nappy need changing? Christine, I'm going to assume, was the first wife. Because they were talking about how Clara takes care of Eva and Big Jorg as if they were her own. So I'm thinking Da must have remarried. And, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And so the older kids from the first marriage are helping out. I'm not, just want to be helpful. 2 older brothers, both married, plenty of nieces and nephews to play uncle to. Aw, that's a sweet answer. You hear that, Ava? You hear that? Crewing to deal with the flooding. Oh, there's flooding going on too. That's gonna change things. Is farm in danger? Always a danger. Morning bento box. Morning bento get. Da 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 da. To the clap of thunder. This is blessed lunch. Ooh, we could hit on her. I appreciate everything you do, it's sweet. Or Otto wanted me to say hello. We could steal her out from under Otto. Yeah, bro. He probably is courting her. Saint Girl so what? They're not married yet, neither are you yet. Test the waters. Or just be a good friend and tell him. I'm gonna be a good friend. He's already done his carousing in his time in Italy. Okay, so my rent. Oh, she's talking. Oh, I couldn't. Could I go back inside? I gotta pay my rent though. Oh man, all this farm runoff. Doing alright, Peter? You didn't see the wall was broken, not from the flood? Storm, huh? Always like this? Was that from the flood or the pigs just wild? Oh, the sheep escaped too. That means I'm gonna get more blocked paths. It's always a sheep. Scribble, scribble. I'm not going to leave without paying off my debt first. Or their debt, I guess. I can't pay. Oh, there's Clara. Well, then he shouldn't have asked. Maybe the shame will keep him from asking me too much. Least I can do. You and Peter, Mrs. Gracious hosts. They've also got their pride right. They're not going to want too much charity. Consider the rest a gift then, in addition to the rest. I insist enough to pay back the abbot. He who sows sparingly will also reap sparingly. He who sows bountifully will reap bountifully. I mean, either way, the options are take the money, take the money, take the money, or take the money, but with religious charity. Their whole concern was paying off their tax to the abbot, so... I'll be fine. Convince Brother Mateo to pay me a bit early. Wanted to be sure he could pay your taxes. Happy to help, Christian thing to do. Best not to mention it. Happy to help. I'ma goo down. Paid in full. Ava. Can't hit on Ava. Oh, it blocks off the road to the right. So if I wanted to go to... I guess I could go around to go to the Bower farm. And that'll get us to the Bower and Widow Kemperin. Franz Bower, Widow Kemperin. Oh my goodness, they were roommates. How's the local ironmonger? He doesn't like the gossip. Otto has a good eye, can't fault him. How's their courtship developing? The juicy details. That's not hedonistic. Good eye. Not asking to pour water on the rumor mill, but for the concern I have for the happiness of my friends. Ask me to be his messenger. Trying to just understand, just curious. No, it's not for the rumor mill. This is for the sake of our friends. Licking some food. He's not buying it. Fancy talk for being nosy. It doesn't work on him. Think Otto's being a bit too slow about it. Simple, straightforward. The worst they can do is say no, and if they say no, you move on to the next. What stopped you? Where is Mistress Schmitten, if I may ask? So it has stopped him. It's personal, all. You can trust me, Andres. Ah, I should have opened up on my own. Could happen any moment. It may not be as remarkable as people say. Could be any moment. We can go to Central Town. Oh, I have to. The way there's been flooded out. I can't get my shoes wet. If I get my shoes wet, I get my socks wet. This way I get to see other parts of town I didn't see yesterday, like the pretzel maker. Urich? The North Town? Good morning, I'm sure it will. It's annoying. I have to walk all the way up to the Abbey. Pleasant, simple small talk. Lucky. Glucklick. Agnes, what's the Pfeiffers? In this weather can't they wait? What's going on with them? A month before the child is due. Footprints in the mud. Tell Helena I'll pray for her health. So it's always in the Reddit scene which says this will be remembered. So unless telling her I'll pray for her health is a bad thing to remember. I can't imagine it being so. So... Oh, little kid Anna! She's old enough to speak and Gret. Oh, she likes him? Can't stay away from your ride. Is he playing Homewrecker? I'm gonna play Homewrecker. This will be remembered. I love how the ink has different thickness to it. Sometimes it's a heavy dark ink, slick and wet. Other times, the ink goes a bit dry. Kitty! Schlau! Scritch, 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 scritch out of the net. What do you purse? Church and the Druckers. Steinauer house. Just gonna let myself in. There's nobody here. Maybe I should lock their door then. What's in Northtown? Oh, this is the midwives. Zimmerman. Jukers is there. Werner's. Where did the, chickens. There's a Stoll's house. More wortwood. Wound warts. Okay, nothing up this way. Just me being nosy. Druckers, I'm so sorry. I wanted to eat with you guys, but the game wouldn't let me. They're not in, I can't apologize. Hello, what's all this then, Thomas? Is that one of the Baron's men? Lucky. I think that's a fair compromise. What are those? Are those flies? Are those flies around the priest, or is that some of the plant behind him flipping through? I think he's got flies around his hands. The pen requires an earthly hand. No, see, the flies are just for the plant behind. This is plant flies. There's a mill. Is there a reason to go to the mill? Mill to the ruins. I'll stop by Franz and the Widow. Locked. I won't stop by Franz and the Widow. Johann Bauer's farm, we could say hello. Except they're locked too. Puddles, so I can't go into town. Just take it up a goodly amount of time. Oh, Otelia! Bat Widow! Want to say hello? Want to make sure everyone's okay. Check it up on the town. Okay, there's something else going on here for me. There's Franz Bauer, he's not in. Or maybe he's in just locking up. There's a thing to the down. Forest. I'll save forest for later. This forest isn't gonna get me to work. But I haven't been to Satya's shrine. Maybe I should look at it at some point. Snowdrops. Till later, Till. Any ghosts? Nuremberg does not have many Roman ruins. Could do without the mud on my shoes. Nah. The old legends go on. So he has all sorts of heretical information in his head. And now that we know he's literate, we get fancier text. Roman Knight, Gaius, Metellus. Mars? Roman god Mars? Roman god of Mars and agriculture himself. Mythological, oh, spring, I think that is. Yeah, it does sound like Saint Moritz. Saint Moritz, they have him as a, was it Egyptian-born Roman soldier? Protecting the town here? Wise words. Or new opportunities but soothes the value. That means wise words. Oh, we have one book in our possession, don't we, that we kept from being burnt? Do we keep it in our possession, or do we hand it back to her? I forget which we did. Till later, till. There's the Roman ruins. Oh, Staub! Doesn't even have to be trained in trick or treats. Already knows to sit, give paw. Ah, that is a lot of glass, fancy. Oh, whose little doodles are these? Who is this? I bet it's Martine. How much you want to bet it's Martine? Well, unfortunately there's nothing else I can do here. Who's this? Oh, Martin. Running off. Get a friendly greeting from Martin. Told Martin to help his family down. Martin was mad at me, down. Hey, Martin. Failure, eat shit, Andreas. How's Miklaus doing? Is God with us? Look at this rain. It's life-giving rain. Shalamea. Oh, she's lovely. Can we seduce her? "7 years? That's still the honeymoon phase time?" Really? Even after I didn't back him up in his impromptu debate with the abbot? Yeah. At least he understood that. Still have to work here for the next month or two. Part of the art of rhetoric is understand the right forum in which to persuade. That was exactly it. It was right place, right time. Like, even if I agree that reform was needed, and the church had some corrupting practices that had to be done away with. Right place, right time. These monks all worked all day long, literally den ganzen Tag, and they just wanted to eat, enjoy their quiet supper. Issues more theologically complex and suitable for mealtime conversation. Should have known Luther's position against the church would have been, well, that's exactly why he said it though. He wanted to stir the pot. Abbott's tables, Abbott's rules is simple, but part of the art of the rhetoric. Right place, right time. When the moog hits him. A chance to redeem myself. Complained about being late to the Abbey down. Fascination with Luther. Addressed the Baron respectfully up. But turned down the supper invitation. Eloquently declined to debate. No, there's no chance anymore. Or some ways plural. I'm going to assume that's not too bad. This is still the early game, right? So this should have been the first day. This is probably the tutorial for, hey, the things you say have consequences. If he's right, and he is a forgiving man, no attract then, you can't make friends today before he leaves. But you can make friends later. It's not too big a consequence. Quite an unusual man in many ways. I applaud you for taking your time. Good luck, good speed. Hope you keep dry. Yeah, that'd be Martin. We're not friends with Martin, so what do you need? Surely you don't mean me. Throw Martin under the bus? Lie? He's not that bad looking. Shorted by 2 hands at least. I'm not gonna give the name though. We saw the Baron and his men accosting somebody in town earlier. If he wants to tell us what happened, I could look into it. But I won't give him a name for them to go in. Gulden, gold coins as a currency throughout the Holy Roman Empire. Maybe it turns out this is a bad idea though. Maybe by doing this, Martin's house is gonna have a lot more means than he could afford, and it's gonna point straight to them, and they're gonna be in trouble. Stop by the shrine first. Pay my respects. There's a crypt. The crypt is open. Haven't been down to the crypt. I thought Diedrich. There's a thing to investigate here. Seamus hidden down, oh, hidden here. The key sticks out. Anything else stick out? The orb and the crown. Achievement, Crypt Solutions, and that was it. I've actually solved a thing. Oh, hello. Oh, to the library. We should come here during mealtime. Old Bailey, Sacristy. Maybe something's different at the cemetery this morning? I don't see what would be. Fuck it. Didn't I promise to bring mushrooms from the forest? I think I did. Okay, remind me to go to the forest. The grave was disturbed recently. So if I had Berenk buried something here. Otto would help. Brother Wolfbear. Otto might help. Let's ask Otto. Does that actually populate things in my journal? It's not keeping track of any like side quest stuff. I think I can shut myself. Hold on. Pencil. Where is my pencil? My good pencil. Where's my good pencil? My 0.5 millimeter. Where'd you get to? Get to this one. So, forest mushrooms, Otto for grave, and library from crypts. Time for work. Yeah, could you imagine if water was getting in here or next door? Calefactory next door? Communal warming room in monasteries. Attached to the cloister, but in Carousel, part of the old abbey. Therefore connected to the old scriptorium. Lucky us. They'll be fine. The roads are flooded out, their walls are breaking, foundations are cracking, the sheep are getting out, but they'll be fine. Brother Guy is what everyone else sees when they see the Abbey. Left to speak to the abbot. Is it my job to go find him then? He'll be fine. That's the body has been discovered alarm. Had to endure this man. I like that. They're still ringing the gather together bell, that's all it is. These two monks just left. Once everyone's together, it'll stop ringing. No, I should see to my pen, my stylus, and keep painting. Hasn't he figured out that nobody likes my nosiness? What's the quickest way to the cloister? Dormitory, chapter house, cloister. I don't see nobody yet. I can't speak to him though. He said all he wanted to say, no time for chit-chats. Who's here? Which one's this? Garneau's alive. I see one curmudgeon, so I assume this is Piotr before us. Who's on the floor then? With what seems to be furs and a fancy bracelet. And nice clean shoes and leggings. Yeah, Margaret, your screams have already called us over. The bastard. We're not gonna get his forgiveness after all then. Mayens on the Rhine, home of the Archbishop of Mayens, an elector of the HRE, Primus Germaniae, Pope's substitute north of the Alps. Dispose of the body. That's kind of sus, Garneau. I understand you want to protect your abbey, but murders happen. It brings unwanted attention, but it happens. No one's going to blame the abbey right away. But if they find that the body was found here and then disposed of, that's going to look highly, highly suspicious. We could put this on Martin, right? Martin who stole his rings and ran off? Innsbruck isn't too far away. Ashlick, that gave him much of a follow. Yeah, Mother Superior gets it. Try to hide the crime that puts the suspicion on us. report news of it right away as a horrible tragedy, then we're just as much the victims in this. Detain Brother Pietro? Oh, don't tell me they're gonna pin this on him. There's no way kindly Pietro did it. Being insulted for the style and speed of his work isn't enough motivation for murder. The guy's gone this long in his life without murder. He wants to hold the stylus, not the knife. That's absurd. Father Gernot, employer, reconsider. Put that one class of Como speech to use. Will be remembered. That's because he found the body, that's all it is. In blazing offense. Gernot does not think highly of his own charges. Martin did run away, so depending on when the Baron went for his walk, it could fit the timeline. We could totally pin this on Martin. Must not be empty-handed, so it is literally just picking a suitable sacrifice. And this sacrifice has all the right qualities to it to be acceptable to their divine lord. He's not physically capable, sorry Pietro. He wasn't angry. Anyone in the scriptorium knows that. Even Guy. Even Guy. And Guy's a shit. My affair, if you're gonna make me part of Brother Pierre's supposed motive, or forgive me, Father Gernot, just don't think Brother Pierre could have done this. Well, everyone is all emotional right now. To heighten the tension, butt in is my affair. Or say my piece, but keep decorum, forgive me, Father. Recognize his station, aggrandize him a little bit. The Abbey fully, but I still got work to do. I got work to do, I got a grave to dig up. I'll show my face until I guess that frees up the day at least. If I want to hunt mushrooms for the cook monk that I forgot to do yesterday. Could ask Otto to help me dig up a grave. What about that? Maybe somebody had some beef going on with that. Ridiculous, but yes. I understand. Just escorting me out with a bloody knife in your hand. Any recommendations of Tahira? Have to do something? Can't let Pietro die for something he didn't do? Put some passion into it. So I can pursue any delicacy. Is Non's noon? No, 3 p.m. So he is going to conspire with me. Well, the investigation, Andreas. You're gonna be the Kim to his Raphael, Ambrosius Cousteau. And I didn't take any medicine classes. I didn't take medicine or anatomy, or if I did, it wasn't as much a passion as oration and the heavens and earth. So I won't be able to get as much out of the body. What time is it now? It's sext. Nones is coming up. I can't go back in. Anybody at the shrine? Nobody's at the shrine. I only see one horse. Baron Rothvogel, Trots. Is it an E or an R? Iror, Führer, Biederholten, Auf Vorderungen, und Unterswellingen. It has been so long since my one class of introductory German. Blackmailing, Ferenc. Well, I'm glad he could read Deutsch. Could you translate the rest for me? So, my journal seems to only tell me about the progress of main story things and doesn't tell me about side stuff, so I think I gotta take notes of my own. And so for these notes of my own. Baron, blackmailing, Ferenc. We're cold stuff. Would give us some motivation. But he's not gonna read it out for me. Maybe we'll take a diversion to the forest for the time being. Maybe get some mushrooms. Where there's rain, there's mushrooms after all. Druckers, Smoky. Shrine of Saint Saptia we haven't been to yet. Or the waterfall. Any bears in here? Oh, they got little children here in the old salt mine. What the heck, kid? Via Imperii links Venice to the south with Stettin on the Baltic Sea in the north. Passes to Verona, Innsbruck, Nuremberg. Does it pass through Tassing? Brings thousands of travelers to Tassing and Kersau. Cool. All of you kids seen a murder? Flogs? Oh, they're hunting for flogs. Yeah, what do they have better luck by the river? cover blown immediately. Bertolt? A little bit more literate? Are you the printer's son? What are you really up to? Parents don't care where they are as long as they come back for supper. I'm not your father. Or your father. Father with a capital F. Build some rapport. Build some rapport, and they'll tell me whatever they're doing. Because kids are simple like that. One of these days, one of them is gonna slip and fall on in. Rox, well, yeah. They made sure of that. But apart from the aqueduct, the Imperial Road, and many other things besides, what have the Romans done for us? That's water, Paul. That's water. You're looking down with the sunlight above, and it makes it look all shiny. And so one of you is gonna fall down and not just hit the rocks below, but down the side too. The treasure. A little whispery, the treasure. So, all they need is tons of rope to tie to this beam over here with the wheel. Oh, Berthold, that like, what are they, like 4 or 5 years old, if that? Thinks he's gonna live forever. The treasures are secret. Should let your mothers know you play here. Or I don't care. Kids throwing rocks in the surface pit of an old mine that nobody goes to anymore. At the very least, let the mothers know they play here. No! I'm gonna turn around and get stabbed in the back by 3 tiny little people. Just to keep this secret. There's a thing there with words, but he doesn't want to read it. He's being foolish. I built that path. Right, the Shrine of Saint Saria. Never been. Also simpler shrine. Doesn't get a whole big building like what's his face. Neat. Alright, guess I'll go have lunch with the Druckers. Just gonna impose myself onto them after not eating with them yesterday. Can I spend the day enjoying by the waterfall instead? And not involving myself in somebody's murder? Just being nosy. Or making Phil likes. It's a good life out here in the wilderness, one with nature. Masks the view, coats his lungs. I'm not sure if his beard works as an effective filter. Maybe it does. He does have the bristles down over his mouth, so it could be filtering things out a little bit. Vaslav. Smokey a friend, or why out of the forest? Friends with Smokey then? Ah, I believe that. Search to find whatever's different. Difference in artist style makes their work unique. Different is merely different, no better or worse. Not me, there's incredible diversity in nature, find it all inspiring. Lord shaped each of us with his own purpose and gifts, with our purpose and gifts, how to save his creations. So 3 or 4, 3 or 4. He's got the naturalist eye. So he does know us at least. Guess we really are the talk of the town then. Mend small things that need met. That's great then. We have a baron that could be mended back up. Brought you to Tassing. The people at Tassing need much tinker. What brought you over here? To visit the library. Does he have access to it? Because when did the previous abbot die? Back when the library was a bit looser. To read them to, okay. Ooh. Was that wouldn't let him into the library, that is women only? Or into the abbey at all? Technically the rule is, nobody but the nuns inside. Does it happen to be a heretical French work that I may or may not know of? Fascinating idea. Genesis clearly says the Lord created the heavens and the earth. How ridiculous. That's heresy. So, sort of neutral but hesitant. Go on. Denial. Rude denial. Religiously tinged rude denial. I mean, not necessarily, but the angels and demons of the Lord's creation could have been made before the world, just order of operations. The ways people had to view the worlds back when they only had Aristotle and whatnot. Imagine having to fit your worldview through the lens of old dead Greeks from 4,000 years ago. Can only dwell in deep caves and pools. Well then everybody's safe in the forest, right? There's no snakes in here? Because no deep caves, no pools out here in the forest? Might be onto something. Where's my heavens and earth knowledge to be like, hey wait, snakes are found everywhere. We're all over the place. Church doesn't take two kindly to heretics, neither do I, don't be a fool. God created the elements just as much as anything else. I mean, that's the assumption, isn't it? Like, even the whole, what is it? If you're religious, you can't be scientific, false dichotomy isn't even universal. Lots of religious people and lots of religious institutions actually are very pro-science and have comfortably fit the idea that, yeah, sure, evolution exists, Big Bang exists, the Earth isn't the center of the universe, the world is older than 4,000 years old, it's just all these natural, cosmic, evolutionary processes are how the Lord does his magic. So, wouldn't that mean then that it's pretty much a done deal? Theologically, sure, then yeah, God did create the elements, just elemental elements, not earth, wind, air, fire. But these are 500 years ago. They're working off Aristotle as their foundation. Let's build rapport. I'm not in town to make enemies with anyone. By open dialogue, he means I didn't directly deny what he was saying. Looking at the church. Nope. Yeah, we're fine now. Saw a body, saw some drama, but walked it off. Had a pleasant stroll through the woods. Something terrible has happened. I'm not sure. I'm fine, don't worry. Little bit of honesty for our friend. He could see it on our face. No point lying. Without telling him all that happened. If it's not an imposition, the man invited me to dinner, and I ghosted him, straight up ghosted him. The least I can do is be humble about it. Is it also something of a theological nature? Everybody wants to have a theological debate these days, it seems. Weren't you just at the salt mine, kid? Is that not little Bert? If it's not too much trouble to appreciate it, always glad to eat your cookie, Marie. Don't have much of an appetite. Always glad to eat your cooking. Praise the chef for her efforts. Much needed praise, she doesn't get often enough. It's just lovely. Yeah, that is Bert. How did Bert get here from the salt mines before us? Berthold, how are you? sleepy from throwing rocks all morning. Till Eulenspiegel. It's in dotted lines, but I forgot it is already. Right. The one who tricks people into smelling, touching, or eating his own poop. Does he want me to do illustrations? Or is that new ones? Oh, thought he had a job for me. Excellent work. Figures and compositions are terrific, but the background is dense and busy. Not so much. It gets the job done. They're in a city. There's a sky. And he's got a crowd. It could be denser. It could be worse. Are these? Because if they are, then she's got a talent. They are. A true family business? Aw, kids. Amen. What do we got? We got potato chips, sausages, some bread and butter. Oh, we're just gonna straight up tell them. No, keep it a secret. Now the entire town's going to know. Dang, man, just telling him everything. Yeah, he just accidentally fell backwards onto the knife. Honestly, it's their fault for having knives pointed straight up in all the candle holders in the chapel. Lawrence had been stabbed, but don't know. A lot of blood around him. A lot of blood, but rather not speculate. Spare the details. Yes, please. Little Bert is here, Maria's here, we're all trying to enjoy a nice blood sausage. Oh, it's just regular sausage. Hard to believe what happened was natural. Kids. We have options. We have Barrett, who was being blackmailed on his occult matters. I think the abbot himself might be a compelling suspect. Now you're fanning the flames of gossip. Just because we saw Lucky having a shouting argument the other day doesn't mean that he was the one who did it. Followed him all the way up into the abbey just to plant a knife in him. There's also Martin, who just recently robbed him. Might have been a robbery and a stabby-stabby. There's who else? I guess technically there's old Otelia. The old, whatever her name, the widow is. Since Lawrence did beat her husband, possibly to death. Select food to eat. Egg pasta. Oh, I can't reach over to the middle and grab more sausage. Not one to trade gossip. This entire dining conversation is nothing but. I think it has to do with the beating of the widow's late husband. That's what I'm guessing. Yeah, Widow Capernaum. Temperin. The curse of knives, that's what it was. In 24 hours, a knife will manifest in his back out of his spinal material. Knife out of Lawrence, yeah. Died just last year. Could have been an argument for the sake of their village member. Sausage. Only eating half the bread. Dang, Klaus, language! Little Bert is right here, you gotta be a positive example. His great-grandmother inherits the land, and they pull the ladder up. Oh no, you know Meg Marie, once they get a little taste of power. Are we gonna tell them about the letter that we found? Just gonna give all of our suspicions and evidences? Not as strange as you might think. In the world of astronomy, some have opinions they would kill for. Depends on the nature of the disagreement, many have been killed or been killed for their beliefs. He was being blackmailed for them, so maybe. Not that outlandish that as a university saw men throw a punch at the small academic concerns. I'm gonna go theological route, given the nature of the blackmail document we had found. Ferenc was in line to be abbot when Gernot was made abbot instead of him. That is a motivation I had not considered. Because he would have been around at the time of the previous abbot, right? The previous abbot who had no problems with people reading, and with people reading books that might be of a slightly heretical bent. So Ferenc was probably more comfortable pursuing his occultly knowledge under the prior abbots. It might have been a natural fit for the next in line. And then Gernot comes in instead. That's just because she's Mother Cecilia. Thank you for talking with feeling overwhelmed. Thanks for your care. Help me understand how I could help Piero. Thanks for the gossip. Now try not to tell the entire town. The little child certainly isn't going to gossip about all this to all his friends, to his parents. Get a few details mixed up. Forget a few things and fill in the blanks, as only he knows how. Embiggen certain details, turn probabilities into certainties. Be good until I come back, Berthold. Oh, Joker, I will remember this. Nuns time, so time to get back. I think Lucky's fine. But the Widow Kemperin might have details on what the lady folk know. I don't see us being able to help with the body examination all that much since we didn't choose the medicine background. So we probably won't be able to help all that much, really. It's not going to be an all-day affair, though, examining the bodies. We should have time in the afternoon afterwards. Baron's Van Niklaus, a part of her Innsbruck. The Baron's man departed to request the presence of the most revered Jacob Essler, Archdeacon of Freising. Gathering evidence about the murder and interrogating those of us who might have information. Well, now I know. Stonemason's anger. Talk with Lucky to find out what he's been arguing about the Baron. Widow's curse. Ottilia cursed the Baron when they were walking through the meadow. I know why she hates him. Because he beat her husband. It's not good enough for murder, though. Now I get the rest of this. Letter in the Baron's belongings. Meaning of a cipher Ferenc wrote to the scriptorium. We just got that early, so it wasn't into the book yet. Ferenc said he would not perform a ritual for the Baron, even if the Baron threatened to turn him into the Inquisitors at Innsbruck. Should ask Father Gernot for permission to dig the grave. Could ask Brother Voltbear to dig it up without the app's permission, but might get in trouble. Could even tempt Otto into helping. Okay, that's it for occult hands, and also talk to Ferenc. Entrance to the library through the crypt beneath the abbey. So that's related to the Baron and the nuns. When the Cecile reporting to the Baron's appearance. It has to do with the murder. Well, first thing I want to do is try to find Octo. Where is Octo? Let's see. Otto. Town carpenter, son of old Otto. Doesn't like the Abbey much. Otto Zimmerman. Zimmerman is to the left, to the right of me. I don't see him in town though. Otto! I told your boo she said hello, so could you help me dig up a body? The word's already spread. Terrible tragedy, world lost a great man, my mentor, Brother Pietro, been blamed for the crime. Surprised he wasn't killed sooner! Mentor, Brother Pietro, been blamed. To dig up a grave at the Abbey. No, I'm not gonna lie just yet. And he's happy to spite the abbot, so perfect. He's been listening to his sainted vulgarity in his ear. Let's wait. Alright, now let's do an ad hoc autopsy with the Abbey nurse and someone who doesn't know the first thing about medicine or anatomy. Where's that window? Quickly is fine, I haven't got all day. I gotta pursue other leads. Seen many animal corpses of the wild, human death also part of nature. Maybe that animal anatomy will help them out, or we didn't put too much focus on human anatomy and biology. He's got some life experiences. Way ahead of you. Lead on, brother. So he's up on his own vocabulary, so maybe he does have his own anatomical studies under him. And it's not just he's a nurse in the infirmary, so he gets a duty. He's got the vocab down. Anterior, no visible wounds. Everything else ordinary. Chest, shoulders, neck. Puncture wounds, 6th and 7th rib. Only an inch from his own hand, but shallow. Between 6-7 rib, but shallow. Nuremberg inch or an Innsbruck itch, we can keep asking. Either way, he said too shallow. Not deep enough to have killed him. And if it's shallow like that, that could just accommodate like just more blood on the scene, make it more dramatic, possibly obfuscating the actual cause of death. What if it wasn't the knife after all? What if the knife Piero picked up had nothing to do with the actual cause of death? Surface wounds can be remarkably surprisingly bloody. Like when I said about the scar on my forehead, the skull itself did not crack open. It was just like the skin was split. But that really so much blood. That's why wrestlers sometimes had a little razor in their hands. So when they're doing their slappy slaps, they could dramatically hit somebody else across the forehead, slice it open. And it drips so much blood, it looks dramatic, makes it so much, rawer, cooler to the viewer. 6th and 7th rib. And only an inch? It wouldn't drench the entire floor, probably not. Unless it's like material or something. But it could make a dramatic sight if it was a whole inch. And if it's that wide in the sketch. Surely must mean Brother Piero's innocent? We'll make that conclusion whenever. Who do you think killed him? So it's either who do you think, or must mean Piero's innocent. Oh. It's a full-on gossip. Alright, we'll lean on Piero innocent. A sore on his sex from the French disease. Syphilitic. Not familiar with it. The disease French soldiers received in the brothels of Naples. He drops his trousers. We also have the same sores. So he does have the same sores then. Has he taken mercury for it? Haven't suffered from it, thankfully. One must be somewhat cautious, or a little, I'm fine now. I could change his history here then. He hasn't suffered from syphilis. Or he has, but good news, he's taking mercury to treat it. he's been cautious. He's been partying, but also cautious. He does a thing where the lady puts butter between her thighs, and they just, you know. Look, old people had weird sex, alright. Like, that's actually a thing they did, butter up the thighs. And instead of, like, full-on penetration. Apparently, it feels close enough to just go through the thigh, and if the guy can't tell, more power to him. Would expect a monk to be more shocked. Hey, Chief Rami? You gotta try this game soon. Am I enjoying it? I am loving it. I'm still pretty early in, though. But so far, I'm enjoying the experience. It's gorgeous. With its artistic inspirations, the characters are pretty well done. He may be a monk, but this is clearly a very more experienced monk. As a mercenary, that would explain why he's more familiar with death and what he was saying earlier. Is it like Disco Elysium? That is a tough question. I haven't played too much of this one yet. It's only been like 5 hours in or so, and I'm taking my time, so I'm still fairly early in. But in the sense that Disco Elysium has its own artistic style, and the strength is absolutely on the characters of the writing, and there is a murder mystery going on. In that sense, it seems so. But as far as I can tell so far, that's the similarities. There's plenty of things that make Disco Elysium uniquely Disco Elysium that this doesn't have. Similar in genre, I would say. But they have two different hearts. There's not too much disco going on here, if you catch my drift. And hey, thank you for the follow. I see, between the monks and nuns, between the brothers. Not relevant to our examination. Alright. Though I did adore Disco Elysium. That game was special. If this ends up having more similarities as it goes on, I could only be more welcoming to it. Legs are fine. Grunt in stoic affirmation? Now, of course. But what if it turns out the blisters on his feet are going to be unique, or be relevant in some way? Blisters on feet. Spinal irregularity. If he says he doesn't think it has anything to do with, I'm going to note it down then. Spinal irregularity. It's always the things they say is not important that ends up being important. How could that have happened? Spent enough times with nobles to guess he probably fell off his horse when hunting. The Baron enjoyed hiking the wilderness. The most beautiful places, often the most difficult to reach. Yeah, that's why he's got the syphilis. Could have been off his horse when hunting. A dramatic head wound. I would probably do it. The knife was a ruse. I was thinking more head wound, and like I said, from my own childhood, stitches. Head injuries do tend to bleed very dramatically. Yeah, that could do it. Even a mild head injury that doesn't cause any gashes can do various traumatic brain damage. Various traumatic brain damage, yeah. Could hurt brain big. So if it's done all this, I could have done him in. Little bite. How many head wounds have you seen? Poland and Lithuania is where he did his mercenary time then. Why not study Mass University? Rather be treated with somebody with experience than a novice? We'll toss him a compliment. So, single blow, blunt object, 4 or 5 inches across. A cross, maybe. Everyone's got one here. How much you want to bet that we find such an object buried in the grave where Ferenc has been? Unless they were already dead. But there was lots of bleeding. And once the heart stops pumping, the blood doesn't really gush out as dramatically as it might have on the crime scene. So I'm going to guess he was still alive when he was hit. Still alive when he was hit. Blood gush out, because heart's still pumping, then falls dead. Hitting his own knife on the way down, giving a very light, shallow wound on his rib. Not immediately, but could have been the killing blow all the same. And given that there wasn't a massive trail of blood, I don't think the body was moved. So it's likely that he was killed at or very, very near to where he was found. Lack of blood, apart from at the crime scene itself, makes me think it was there. But it is somewhat stylized, so it could be it was immediate area. I'll stay open to the possibility. The church a possibility? Oh, the town church. Or no, this one. In and out constantly. And yeah, the body was found, so maybe it was. They're in and out constantly, and he was killed between when they were out, and then they come back in and find him. Where's he found again? Hold on. I can't access map yet. Little smaller than a fist. So it could be somebody's large cross. Could be actually a fist. It would have to be a remarkably powerful one to crack the skull like that. If it was Zolfi, maybe. With their fists, no. With a suitable tool, perhaps. A hammer? Yeah, with the right weapon? Goddamn unaware. That in and of itself could be a big clue. It could be he was talking with someone who he did not expect to attack him. It could be it was someone that he was comfortable being around, or someone he wasn't unfamiliar in the Abbey, so he paid no mind. I'm thinking where this attack occurred. It would have to be somebody tied to the Abbey. The people are busy working in the day. Piero didn't stab the Baron. That wasn't what killed him. Yeah, these two important things right here. This is going to be so easy if it is the thing Ferenc buried in the grave. I doubt it's going to be that easy. It's probably still going to be cool to find. Something in the Baron's jackets. A second note. We found one note of blackmail in the guest house. Das Mädchen, das starb. Und die unschuldig mit ihr? Matutin? It's all Deutsch to me. The girl who died, and the innocent with her. Matins. Chapter. "2 a.m. 2 a.m. chapter house. I'm assuming. So maybe this has nothing to do with the blackmail, but some other drama or conspiracy that we don't know about yet. The Mädchen and the innocent with her. What are the nuns, or for the village, or I guess good as mine? Definitely someone with a great deal of experience as a scribe, but can't say Eric or Guy. Not an Italian. Italian scribe is a humanist script. This is a highly refined Gothic hand. Okay. of experience as a scribe, and a refined Gothic hand. I'm gonna note both these clues so I can keep an eye out on it. If I take I'm the type of person, if I put a note down in my own handwriting, it cements it in my mind more easily. Experienced scribe, Gothic hand. I intend to find out. Out the window, out the window, out the window. Should I go? Is this going to make the investigation on his side awkward if he sees me in here? Because the brother could just as easily show him everything he showed me. Hide myself. Of course. No time to waste. That is not the hiding spot I had in mind. Can we move the table a little bit more to the left? So you could exchange notes closer to the bed? Okay. I'm gonna start with the physician here. Why not let him have a look, apart from my hiding space being right there? Battlefield sawbones with ink splatters everywhere. If there's one thing I know in this game, it's wasted time. Cool. At least he's willing to do that much, giving me time to escape. And while Father Gurno is busy, we'll go dig up that grave. What time is it? All the way to Vespers! All the way to Vespers! How did that take all day? How on earth did that take the entire workday? Well, the nuns are gonna be eating. I don't think... Will they let me in? This door's not locked. This door's not locked. Sisters... Hildegard. Saint Hildegard of Bingen, Benedictine abbess, visionary mystic, and prolific writer on a variety of subjects, theology to music composition to medicine. Huh. Don't mind me rattling at the doors then. No prior arrest to eat with. What about? How about back here? Not for me. Oh, there are people here. Plenty of lady folk to talk to for the gossip of the town, see who might know what. Mother Superior herself isn't here, they're all in their prayers though. Well, they talk to me while they're doing their prayers. Heavy, gothic, script, Lisbeth. I'm going to make a note of everybody who speaks in a Gothic script. That doesn't mean they write in a Gothic script, but it could mean. Hey, she knows us by voice now. No, Piero's innocent. It is purely an easy political sheep to toss to the wolves. If the devil could appear to Christ, he could appear to us anywhere. People see the devil where they want to see him. Woke before matins. Smelled something in our dormitory. 2 a.m. Moss and sulfur, frankincense and roses. Moss on his boots, sulfur for his syphilis, frankincense and roses just being his perfume. Anyone else smelt it? Because you know what they say, sister, those who smelt it dealt it. The smell of moss, sulfur, frankincense, and roses. 2 a.m. Second instance of 2 a.m. And they won't let me in. Till, you want to eat? No. Still some thunderclaps around here. Toss a stone for luck. Smokey, how you two doing? Join for meal. I can only pick one person. I have to wisely decide who I'm going to eat with. Could be Druckers again. We had lunch with them. Drucker House. Alban Bakery. Steinauer House. What are my other options? There are cup, cup, cup. I'm assuming cup, cup, yeah, cup is meal. So, Franz Bauer and the Widow, Charcoal Burner, Gertner's I could eat with, Bauer I could eat with. I can eat at the guest house. The midwife, the Zimmermans. Otto does want... Otto is down for digging up that grave. It might have been my only chance. I think the first thing I want to do. Would the Widow Kemperer know anything? Would the midwife? Zimmerman would be Otto. Veronica Byron, daughter of Johann and Hetty, sister of Hans. Smokey lives in the woods. I don't think he would know anything though. Lost her home after the death of her husband, and soon to lose her home again. I still don't think she did it. Lorenz, dead. Bauer. Friendly with most of the families in town, but determined to expand his farm. I don't think I've spoken to Johann yet. Maybe I should. Maybe I should dine with everybody at least once, just to get a feel for the town. First, let me see. There's an option to eat at the guest house. Who the heck is at the guest house? One button. And can't eat with the anchoress. Lady Salomea's here. Bierchen. Just got a big bushy beard. Achievement. Regular Saint Francis. Does it mean that's all the animals I could pet? Pet 5 animals. Okay, that's only the achievement for petting 5 animals. That means there's a possibility of more. Can't speak to you. Supper at her table. You know what? Sure. Maybe you'll be able to discern more information from him. See what enemies he had in the area. And, most importantly, she is single now. Of course, be honored to break bread. Of course, lead the way. I have other engagements. Let's talk to the widow. She might have information about her husband. He's giving her the eyes. He was not paying attention during that prayer. Oh, this is lavish. We got whole hens. We got cheese. Are those onions in the shape of little ducklings? Welcome to any comfort you may find in me in this difficult time. Not yet, you horn dog. You gotta work your way up to it. Terrible thing would happen. I'm surprised you wish to speak with me. A terrible thing would happen. What have I got? Quail. And mental cheese and wheat? Is that all my options? Just that? Hold on, there's a frumenty below. What's a frumenty? Frumenty. Popular dish in Western European medieval cuisine. Porridge. Thick boiled grain dish. Huh. Well, let's start with the cheese and bread. Sorry for your loss, but not as he hoped. I'm sure she's heard plenty of sorry for your losses by now. Where's my not yet? Not yet for hedonism. Not yet, so much of the world yet to see if you take my meaning. A woman awaits for me in Nuremberg. When I finish her work here, we shall be wed. No, and not looking forward to it. How do I want this Andreas to turn out? Thanks to me, he spent his time in Italy, partying it up with the ladies. May have syphilis. Might have somehow dodged it. We know that her husband was unfaithful, and she herself said that he gave her many challenges of the marriage. So maybe she's not keen on the wild womanizing. She might not be open to me hitting on her. Hey, Chillin' Chum. You like my cooking games? I do. I do, and my cooking animes. Like, I realized in like 2017 or 2018 or so that, oh my goodness, I can tell I'm getting old. Because all of the animes I started watching were in one way or another all about cooking. Golden Kamuy with its Feasts of Hokkaido. What else do we have? Kakuryou no Yadomeshi or something like that. About a girl whose grandfather had arrange for her to be wed to some prince of the Akayashi or something, and she says, no, I'm not going to be wed off to you just because my father's bad at gambling. I'm going to earn my way out by cooking. So it's all about the cooking and the amazing Izakaya Nobu. Turns out that cooking is just what I gravitate toward. So, the conflict now is hit on the new widow, who finds no comfort in these cold alpine towns. This one is still a not married yet, but it is saying he's got a betrothed over in Nuremberg. Not yet. Not yet is not yet. He's got to remember that. Maybe this isn't the time to be hitting on. She just found out her husband is dead today. Can you share a thought that is a bit political? Of course. And then from a commentary, an opinion, who to vote for, etc. Sure, by all means. Responsibilities of marriage. Share a passion for the finer things. Really haven't met someone with such a depth of knowledge and a thirst for the... That's true. When he was talking with us on the walk through the meadow, and during dinner with the abbot, it was all about theological debate and whatnot. His thirst not limited to scholarly pursuits, regrettably. So she doesn't want the womanizing ways. I think I dodged a bullet by not being too thirsty just yet. You thought the other day about the 2008 US presidential election, yeah? What'd you think, Anshin-chan? So he used to feel guilty about the wine and the women, but stopped feeling guilty. He lost the shame, kept the ladies. Okay, let's have the Fromen tea next. It occurred to you that the candidates the US public had to pick forced them into peculiar spots. Admit they were either more racist and misogynistic, or the reverse is true. I don't think that's an uncommon line of thought. Like, some would argue, many would have argued, that the only thing really changed in the Republican Party between pre-Obama and post-Obama is that the shame of being beaten not just by a Democrat, but a black Democrat deeply, deeply upset them to the core, and that is why since then you had the Tea Party movement that grew and spawned into all the stochastics, terrorisms, and everything else we see today. I was saying back in 2008 that the Republicans were the most dangerous threat to the US. And that was still when it was just the Tea Party movement. You know, even back then, that was bad enough. That was going to grow. And now we all see it. We admitted they hate women more than racial minorities. And we're forced to. Made you laugh really hard. I think it's both. Folks like them, they need an other. And that other is always going to be, it's going to be something. If women are the easy target, then women would be the other. If racial minorities are the easy target, then that's the other. Or if it's queer folk, that's the other. And there's always going to be an other, there has to be, otherwise everything they stand for falls apart. Mentor Brother Piero found with the Baron's body, but don't believe he killed him. Can't say more than that. I mean, Piero's gonna be tossed under the bus anyway, and everybody in town already knows all about the murder. There's no harm here in telling her that we don't believe Piero killed Lawrence. Many possibilities. At the Abbey, and in town. I don't wish to speak out of turn. There's a possibility she had done it. She wasn't here yet, she was arriving into town. She could have had she could have had the Baron's man himself do it. Murder the Baron before riding off to fetch her. For his various infidelities and the shame that he brought to her in the marriage. So she's a suspect. As far as I'm concerned, she is also a suspect. In the mastermind sense. But I might want to see on her good side. You think it makes more sense though, Chid and Chum, after that you saw a lot more homophobia and the like? While back you had a theory from someone that homophobia is just an extended version of misogyny. Because of stereotype. That gay men are feminine, etc., etc. Maybe? That's certainly one viewpoint. And in the machismo sense, machismo tends to put some really weird hang-ups on it. Like, it doesn't matter where in the world you are, when it comes to machismo, it's less gay to be the receiver, but more gay to be the giver. Wait, no, to be the one receiving. For a reason like that, because like if a guy gives you head, if you're receiving it, you're the masculine role. There's a lot of fragility in that. But I think it's more just othering, in the general sense. In specific cases, one might have excuses like, oh yeah, this is a more feminine thing, therefore I'm going to other that. But it all comes back down to needing to make some kind of other, and they'll find any excuse to do that. Now, the Baron has been a patron of the Abbey for a while, so it would have been acceptable to Father Matthias's time, but not so much with the new Abbey, with the new Abbot. Oh yeah, Lawrence's gift still came through. Even if the client for the manuscript is now dead, he still agreed to make payment for it and donate a book to the library. It's all just bullying, extended outwards. That, at least, Shil and Shum is fundamentally true. It's all about punching downwards. Forced Americans who admit something regarding that made you laugh too hard. You're not entirely sure why. Guess you're over it. Well, at least you had a good laugh out of it, Chil and Chum. Corroborated fears Father Matthias had expressed. We have seen that there's some similarities between a pagan founder of the town and the patron saint that converted the town. They could be the same person, but changed the story for different times. Could relate to that, could be something else entirely. We have built rapport with the librarian nun. Because we bonded over books, maybe we could ask her if she could share with us the book that was gifted to the abbey. About the giving and receiving, you have to admit, you feel like you do have hang-ups about the physical end of the stick? Could be. I mean, everyone's different, right? Some people have preferences, some people are comfortable with different things, that can't be helped. But we're interested in the machismo sense, where it becomes like an obsession thing, you know. There is a lot less just preference in the machismo, and a lot of fragility involved in it. Plan to stay in Tassing Long? Returning to Velm soon? Are you gonna stay in Tassing Long? Only for the Archdeacon's investigation. And why is that? Could it be that she also appreciates being single and not tied to a baron who's just gonna turn around and cheat on her? It's like as if you'd be safe with a Stolfo. If he also had female endings, well, I'm not sure what to say about that. Because there's certainly plenty of ways the conversation could go into, and I'm not sure which ones I am equipped to go into right now. But I will say that lots of things are down to experience and discovering more about oneself and what they are comfortable about with others. A disarming man, and much too easy to talk to. I didn't even put the hook down and she's taken the bait. Did you think you're attracted to femininity? Well, there's plenty of options. There's feminine folk were comfortably guys. So if that's what strikes your fancy, as long as everybody is respectful in the relationship. Oh my goodness, I could only take the hedonistic answer, not the first to tell me so. Wink. Yeah, because the men changed the laws that the women don't inherit anything when the husband passes. Such is the superiority of the matrilineal society like ours, wherein the women hold all the property and inheritance. Quite comfortable, not inheriting anything from the clan. It's enough to know that the old aunts and so forth have the system passing through them. Hard to be respectful when you grew up in a heteronormative household? Well, heteronormative itself isn't too bad to grow up in, as long as you're growing up in a household that's respectful of others, you know? Like, if what scenario you grew up in was more of a heteronormative norm, and that's what you grew up to expect of yourself, you could still grow up in an environment that preaches being respectful to those around you, regardless of the differences, and in that regard, may or may not be more or less accepting of others. It might entrench certain things about what you expect for yourself, and your expectations for your own sexuality or romance or partners, which might create some conflict in your own self as you discover different things about yourself. But the respectfulness could still be there. solved it. She could serve as steward for the son. Steward as regent until he comes of age. And then maintain the household while he goes gallivanting around in Italy like we did. Difficult position, milady. Pray for your happiness. I'll suspect you'll survive just fine. Sympathize with the difficulties. I didn't get to finish the quail, though. Before we got to the quail... We didn't get to earn his forgiveness, though. Alright, Compline time. Time to sleep. And oh my goodness, it's 2 hours 33 already? I just shot right through my typical break time. We did take a look at my Twitter account and went, whoa, definitely into this sort of thing way more. Oh no, in what regard am I in trouble? You don't mean offense. But don't think you'll ever be like that. You don't want to be. I mean, I guess it's fine if you don't want to be in particular. As like... politically vocal and active or whatnot. Where's my run? There's my run. More than anything, coming to terms with your past and who you are now, and what you want to be in the future, that is an important part of anybody's growth. Who I am today was not just spawned into existence. I've had my own crises of self in the past, along several axes. Mixed backgrounds, sexualities. I could roam the Abbey. Could I get Otto to dig this up with me tonight? There's no thing here. Let me see. So the body was found at the chapter house. 2 a.m. chapter house. I think the body must have been produced at 2 a.m. then. You have your own ideas how to be vocal. Your story, for example, very true, very fair. Once settled down, you probably go back to what you once was and not think too hard. Whatever you end up happy and comfortable with for your own skin. It's the sleep hours, but there's a chance Otto is awake. If Otto is awake, I want to dig up the thing. The rain has stopped. There's no mushrooms out. Anchoress isn't up. Drukers is closed. Widow Kemperin awake? Otilia is not, in fact, awake. Or maybe go further and drop all political and philosophical thoughts you've had in your life. You want to promote kindness, or if the desire for power over the weak is too much of a problem, then you tackle that. No identity politics, distraction you feel. Here's the thing though. Everything is politics. And everything has some importance. One might feel that certain issues are only identity politics, and thus a distraction, but it pertains to very real people of a very real lived experience, and very real acts of violence and oppression that have occurred not just in history but today. So that identity stuff is very pressing and very terminal and real for others, you know? Which is why intersectionality is so important, because it only focuses on certain things. There's a very real risk of stepping on other people and their very terminal issues. Point divergent, your role is something to reject. That is a point for you. And if that's a point for you, then that's perfectly fine if that's your objective for yourself. But people do have their own lived lives and experiences, and for some people it's not that simple. What is simple, though, is that before I send this guy to bed, I gotta get myself a BRB. I've been playing this for 2.5 hours because I'm too hooked into this mystery and these people. So I have got to send this guy to bed. Whoops, accidentally opened up my console command. There we go. I'll put it on the illustrated manuscript, and very quickly, gonna prep myself some more tea, and then I'll get back into this. Okay, just a short break. Just needed more tea. Needed to actually step up and stretch my legs, otherwise. Otherwise, Andreas was going to do all the walking for me. Where did I leave off? Chillin' chum, spent all these years studying. In the end, you were the fool. Answer right in front of you all along. Just bullies of the world, it has to end. That is an aspiration. Sadly, we are going to be dealing with bullies big and small for ages in our history. Which is why I try to use my voice when I can, you know? It's not much. The way I see it right is that one of the most basic civil obligations we have isn't just to vote to get people into power, to represent us more democratically. But once they're in power, even if we like them, we have to bully them. We have got to keep those in power constantly under scrutiny and constantly under democratic pressure. Unfortunately, there is no easy answer to solve anything. Even if we get a perfect system in place for a decade or a century, it just takes a little inattention, and then suddenly you get like 2016 and everything's spawning out of that. You went and looked at Princess Hingoe's art, and you question why. I'm not sure who that is. Apathetic submissiveness and lots of people. There certainly is lots of apathy at times, but the way I see it, not everyone experiences the same things. Like for some, there's definitely a sense of submissiveness to it. And that tends to be, in particular, those who benefit more from the system. They're happy to accept, well, I grew up with this, that must mean this is how it's always been and how it always should be. Let's just say every time I talk about independence, or the colonial territories that the US still holds, I won't say who always goes, no, it's part of the US, we should always have it. You're gonna be broke without our economy. You get 2 guesses what type of people always say that, and your first guess doesn't count. But other people have different types of apathy. Like there's some who see the hardship and think there's no point, because no matter what you do, it's always going to be the same outcome. That's also apathy, but that's at all completely not submissiveness, but does come from someplace else, but is still apathy all the same. Sleep or stay awake? If Alto is asleep now, there's nothing I can do with that. They make art for someone named Merryweather, who makes meme comics with anime girls representing various stuff. More anthropomorphisms. So furry? And sus stuff and outright Guro. I can't say I got any awareness of the Guro area. There's certain things. Like, I look at lots of stuff. But while I appreciate the artistic endeavor in certain things, gore doesn't do it for me. Some things don't do it for me, so that stuff I just stay out of. They try their damnedest to make the worst stuff look good. That's what I mean, though. The artistic importance of it. It's art. It might be gross. It might be grotesque. But they take pride in it. They give you the best, worst stuff you can do. So on the artistic level, I appreciate what they do. I just don't want to look at it. I don't want to see it. I don't know this person you're talking about in particular, but in general, I mean. A little Ursula waking me up, what is it? Stare at this child. Wait, it's not morning? What's up, Ursula? Ursula, go back to sleep. How did you get out of bed? How did she get up here? She can barely walk. You think the worst part of it is when some of the things they do still make you aroused. And you're like, why? That is the power of art, chill and chum. But there's also the thing, you know, where the body's bodily reactions is just a body's bodily reactions. Sometimes what you're into, sometimes you can't blame what the body does. What are you doing up here, little one? Strap. Aw, little Ursula wants a story. Don't ask what tags you looked up. I won't. I won't. I fully understand that people have very diverse tag histories. And I'll leave it at that. Pulling from his Italian origins, or his Italian time, little girl about your age, was sold with a basket of oranges. The story of the little girl who haunted sleepy artists. At least you don't do NTR. As far as I'm concerned, NTR is pretty vanilla compared to some of the things out there. Oh, does she not like this story? Did I make her sad? Oh no, these poor primitive Europeans. She's lived like 2 or 3 years, and she's never seen an orange. You could share some stuff with the artist if you wanted, the non-word stuff. Sure, if you'd like, you got my Discord. He put his daughter in the 4th basket. Just because she has hair that color, the king's gonna be fooled. They have an alt name as Wild Meats. That should give me an idea, but you won't post that stuff unless I bugged you to. There is plenty that I keep my pulse on as it is, so I think I'm fine. Oh, does she not like the story? She's got kind of sad face going on right now. Well, she seems satisfied. She's walked off. Maybe I bored her to sleep. Sleeping straight to matins, straight through matins. Aw, she's getting better at saying my name. Ava? You want me to say anything to Watto? Yeah, tell me about it. If you have to be a Doomer is fine, just don't start following the crowd or elite. Consider doing some utter rebellious stuff. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's also being politically active. So that is strictly an approach. Wet, dirty wool. I believe it, it's just hair. I've smelled plenty of wet, dirty dog hair. And wool's just more of it. At least she doesn't have to do. Having to make 2 manuscripts now, one for a dead client, while running around town helping everybody out, trying to solve a murder, digging up a grave, all while I can only do one thing in an entire afternoon. Won't Clara help? Surely you won't be doing it all yourself. Hetty, Veronica, Caps. Veronica's a cutie. I'm thinking for sure Hetty is married. I don't know about Caps. I could be a visitor. What kind of visitor? Could I be a visitor? I could be a visitor. Too bad other men don't follow your example. Other men like Otto. You know, I said I could be a visitor in the sense where like everybody else is there too, not just for her. Johann Bauer. Johann Bauer playing chaperone. Morning or afternoon, speak to Johann. Pleasure entirely mine. I want to stay on Otto's good side, and staying on Otto's good side means not stealing Ava out from under him. Be well, Ava. Peter. Bidjord. They fixed the wall already, ill Peter. So, who to go to now? Johann Bauer. Oh, I see. We got investigation points now. Cemetery's got something. Franz Bauer and the widow. Johann Bauer. The midwife. Something from the midwife. What about Otto? I'm going to assume that because I chose to do the, autopsy instead of attending to digging up the grave. Lucky's here. That the grave has probably been dug up by now. No, just straight no. Prime to 6 hour. Is it time to press X to doubt? I got plenty of doubts for people in town already. Not talk about Rothvogel. Okay. A man is dead. Another life hangs in the balance. Press has nothing to do with it. Did you kill him, Lucky? You know, the answer here is don't press him. He's told me no. I pressed. He said leave me be. He does have access to tools. Push him just a little more? No. If I push him too much, he's not going to like me. Won't take kindly to suggesting he's a murderer. You like the use of fonts to represent accents? I think that's what it represents. Do I have the, There was an option in the beginning that asked if I wanted simplified fonts or stylized fonts. And it kind of gave examples of it. And it did have people, has had people speaking in those various accents so far. And some folks straight up change their, they change their diction, like they'll switch from one font to another in certain contexts. So I can choose to follow Lucky. Where's my... We could do the spinning bee too. Peasant woman invited me to spin wool with them. She had a little gossip about the town. I could learn something, I didn't want to kill Lawrence. You're gonna have to remember this for ideas for the text of the visual novel portions of your story. You're thinking of borrowing from comics and also cartoony games like Paper Mario. Or things after the text jumping around. It's pretty fun in this, right? Because like when it's... Because it's all like ink and print and such. When somebody yells, there's ink splatters from where the pen hit too hard. Is Klaus an investigation point? Klaus is not. But I don't see Otto, so I think it's too late if I wanted Otto's help. I bet if I go to the cemetery, there's gonna be enough different to suggest that it's too late to have Otto dig it up. See, that's the problem. He's gonna do the digging himself, but it's gonna take a couple of hours. So... I can't just have him go dig it up himself. I gotta be there. I gotta devote an entire working day. But the ladies said they do their spelling bee in the morning and afternoon. Maybe it won't take too long, maybe only take half the day. Which makes you think, if you make a proto-cyberpunk, are you duty-bound to use more digital-looking font? If it fits, the only answer I can give is... if it fits what you're making. No post-grain mushrooms. Okay, let me at least see the cemetery. And see if nothing's changed. Oh, look, we got water coming down from the aqueduct now? I wonder if that would change anything here. Leonard and little Paul. And who's this? Elsie? There's no investigation here. No, there isn't. I haven't spoken to her enough to remember. I'm wounded. Call me Andreas. I hope I may call you Elsie. I'll be flirty, but not so flirty that I try to steal somebody's wife out from under them. For them or for me? They treated me very well. They seem to enjoy having someone new in their home, if you catch my drift. They've treated me well. Because she's trying to play matchmaker to Ava and me. Only when Peter starts raving about the Miller's Toll, when ill Peter wakes up in the night and can't find the chamber pot, or life like most others. Should we rave about the Miller's Toll with the Miller's wife? Perhaps experiment with lots of different fonts? I can't see how that would hurt. It could only help experimenting, wouldn't it? 20 different ways. The author used bold and italic for each character in the book you read? Book series you read? Instead of having to indicate who is speaking each time. That could be pretty cool. Wanda, ya. People in Florence, very cultured for certain, such history. Yeah, see? The ink splatter when somebody's yelling. Little Paul. They gonna be tossing stones in the old mine again? I wish I were, but no. I'm an artist. Exactly that. He's so smart, little kid. They don't pay him an experience? An exposure? Dad says drawing stupid. Your dad's wrong. Look at the size difference here. A smaller text, your dad's wrong. Or a larger text, do you like to draw, Paul? Is that whisper or is that yelling? Do you like to draw, Paul? I'm not going to straight up say his dad is wrong. Well, his dad's right there. Shouting yes. Oh, he loves to draw. More than anything. My dad does like some things I do, hedonistically. We're sorry to hear. Is that why he's got a wife waiting at home, or a fiancé waiting at home? Because they know that if they don't arrange something for him, he's going to be spending all of his time sleeping his way down the Italian peninsula. Fraternity. Saying it hedonistically. Yeah, that's the hedonistic symbol. I think what he's implying here is more so the partying that he was doing over in Venice and Milan. That's why I don't tell him! Ah! I'm corrupting the youth! Achievement unlocked. Good influence. Is that sarcastic? Encourage Paul to draw. Okay, I'll take it. Tell me a secret. Nothing would please me more, young Master Mueller. For sure. I don't need full oration when the kid already wants to tell me. Oh, that's his drawing! Alright. You've seen those drawings already. Romans would have been honored, they loved defacing monuments. Words too big for him. It's okay, I've already corrupted him towards art. It still says 7 hours remaining, so these conversations and taking time doesn't take up time. I guess it's only if I choose to do a specific activity, like dine with somebody, or do an investigation point thing. Look like a man who understands the power of appearances. Is he also a hedonist? Is that simple because he recognizes the hedonist in me? Or is this game recognized game? Are you suggesting, Chilin Chung, that little Paul here, little shy Paul, is gonna end up a furry artist? They're farmers, expect to attack like kings, or rustic folk to be sure. She's fine, why? I think this guy's a hedonist. I think he also has eyes for Ava. We have got to put a fire under Otto, or this man's gonna try to bag himself a side wife. Peter insists on delivering the barley. I think there's a reason for that. It's a handsome mill, I'm sure. Oh man, I bet if I had a Dutch background, I'd appreciate this mill even more. Imagine drawing Joan of Arc real cute and beautiful. He's gonna end up creating fate in Bavaria a few centuries early. Is the peasants sort of the problem? Nah, they just have more urgent matters on their minds. I'm gonna see these drawings now. Now that we know that Paul drew them, Paul's drawings even updates the text when he's aware that little Paul is the artist. He is going to be a fine artist someday. Okay, let me get a visual ID on the cemetery to see if there is still something to dig up, or if it's already been absconded with. Still 7 hours? 7 hours remain. I really don't see this taking an entire 7 hours. Unless that's 7 hours for the entire day. I can't interact with it now. There's an investigation here. I don't see anything else here, but I think this is do the thing. So I just gotta bring Otto over to do it. You like this is an utter historical fiction RPG. It is pretty cool. I always thought that'd be an amazing idea. Yeah, that's the thing, Chillin. It is. But they thought it wouldn't have any appeal at all. They thought, oh no, it's gonna be too niche. There's no point releasing it on Steam because nobody's going to care about it. So we're lucky that it came out. Though it took a few acquisitions for it to get to that point. It doesn't appear there's anybody to talk to here. But I'm only saying that because there's no investigate symbol. There could be folks to talk to that won't take up time. It's not niche, I'm saying. I mean, I'm sure it has a more narrow appeal than big modern shooty or whatnots, but people love them some well-written, stylistic RPGs and adventures. In that regard, I don't think it'd be like fully obscure to the point of commercial failure. Yeah, just saying hello. There's nothing going on here. But the question is then, what it comes down to for me is whether I attend the spinning bee or do some digging. And they said they do the spinning bee morning and afternoon. So hopefully, we can still do it in the afternoon. Hug, kiss, and head pat, that's how he says hello. There are cats and dogs that you could say hello to it exactly that way. Didn't. Gonna figure out who did. Any idea who might have done it? Did he see anything? No. Oh yeah, okay with him. And the townspeople. So maybe they'll give us more gossip. Perhaps later, either way. So we have an offer for who to eat with. Let's go back to town then. I'm gonna get Otto on the job. I really want the gossip, but I want to dig up whatever's in the grave. Not that way. I'll come back in the afternoon, ladies. A few hours. It really shouldn't take a few hours. Ferenc wouldn't have needed a few hours to bury whatever's in here. I would have thought it'd be like a surface burial, you know? Like you went in, took a trowel, dug up some dirt, buried a thing, and here we're exhuming the entire thing. Nah, we're artists. Everyone's got their job. I'd insult his pride if I grabbed a shovel. He's a toolman. was that of a stroke? Heard much from Clara. Aren't the peasants always struggling? No, I heard as much from the people I stay with. It's like the abbot doesn't actually want the fruits of their taxation. He's raised up the taxes, saying they can only pay in money, not in services or goods. At the risk of them losing their homes, I think he wants to laugh. I think Gurno wants his own little fiefdom. Is this gonna be revolution? Is this less a whodunit and more everyone did it? No idea was so bad, my family's all artists. Someone should do something about that. I had no idea it was so bad, we don't work the land ourselves. And that's the whole point of the Journeyman stage of his apprenticeship, not just to go to different places, but see the different things, see how things are outside his bubble. All on his own. Again, I could be attending the spinning bee while he's digging. That took an hour. Alright. So I can go out and do other stuff while he's busy. What's this? Hic asiat frater Iacobus de Colonia. Funny monk sad to have missed him. Piero knows how to laugh. Am I able to leave? I can't go down. Oh, I'm stuck here then. I can't let him dig for a couple hours more. While I go off and do other things. Just get his opinion on these other stuffs here. Pater Matthias G. Genava, Abbas. And received scene, local ironmonger. And the Abbey certainly asked for so much money. No time passes inspecting stuff. What's this one? Sister Maria the Librarian. More money, taxation, but still broke, apparently. I mean, I guess that's why they stopped accepting goods and services as a substitute for taxation. And I suppose the money problems have been going on for a while. That's why they would be raised now. For the ossuary. Hello. Short, angry monk. Destined for an earful or better high? Well, the thing is, I've already gotten the money from Matthew, so... Maybe if I hide, then I won't be able to get the clue, because Otto's gonna be chased off, but if I stay here, I could take the fall, and Otto can keep digging. I'm gonna stay here. Destined for an earful. Matteo speaks in a Germanic script. In a Gothic script, I mean. So Lisbeth and Matteo. Digging up a grave, how are you? Is all well? Why would it not be? There's, I think, a few foreign folk around here. Like you mentioned, that because no Italians would be skilled at the Gothic script, can't be Guy or Ardor. So I don't think... The local villagers are primarily local, I think, but the monks and the sisters are probably from all over the place. To solve a mystery. Someone has disturbed this grave. I suspect it's connected with the Baron's murder. The abbots approve this is fine. For oration, this is very short and to the point. Someone's disturbed this grave. I suspect it's connected with the murder. Well, I gotta lie anyway. The abbot gave his permission. The rest is not your business. Monk responsible for making rounds of the abbey to make certain everyone is where they are supposed to be, doing what they're supposed to do. Middle management. Orator background, up, up, up! Coerced? No, I told him we had no permission. He was like, what? I could insult the abbot by doing this on his permission? Heck yeah. You really think this twiggy arm painter can make me do something I don't want to do? Thanks, Otto. Excellent, excellent. And so the abbot doesn't have to hear about this if you've already got permission. I'll talk with the abbot, work things out. Proving Pietro's innocent is what matters, not worry about anything else. I'll talk it over. Oh, he doesn't like that, I don't think. Is that a 7? Did I gain an hour? Because I thought it was 6 hours of any before. Whenever you see the name Brunhilde, what you thinking? Brunhilde in the darkness? What do I care about his back? Or is there nothing? Looks fine enough. Someone stuffed a sack up his ribs. Let Moss see. I do believe we found murder weapon. This is bloody. But this would have been buried before the murder, though, is a thing. Maybe he simply wanted to bury his own occult paraphernalia because he knew he was blackmailed. Maybe he actually murdered the Baron in the night. As much as I want to take this to mean that Ferenc was guilty and did the murder, he did bury this before the murder happened. That was the same day, the same night that was before the Baron had dinner with the Abbey. You know Brunhilde from a very nice hentai with a very nice lady? With nice long silver hair, melon's thighs, full lips. Fencer does her best to get the man she loves. Like murder? We talking murder here? I feel like given the timetable, this had to be a blood from a previous source. I can't say. I suppose it's part of the mystery. Maybe connected to the Baron's murder. Androlas. How much time is it now? There's still noon. It's eating time now, but in the afternoon we can still sit in with the spinning bee. Discovered a silver rod with occult symbols on it and traces of dried blood of the engravings. May belong to Prior Ferenc. Mother Cecilia. Find their history. I don't think a Widow's Curse actually did it. Spinning bee. Who could I eat with right now? Cloister is Sabat, so him and the people. Eat with the widow, eat with Otto, Johann Bauer, the Gertners. Eat with the midwife. I meant the game? Nah. I meant in your, does her best to get the man she loves. I'll admit I used to have a thing for yandere types. Oh, sweet. She's willing to murder to keep the man she loves, to keep him in line, how adorable. But now that I'm older and more mellowed out, it's kind of lost the appeal for me. There's a charcoal burner. I think we'll eat with Sabat and the people. Sabat. And some of the townspeople. Of course. Talk to Gret. Which one's Gret? She's Gret. The baker's wife I was flirting with. She is a peach, though. Where to meet you? Shrine to St. Moritz. Even brought the kids along? Okay. I think we brought the, these are the spinning bee girls, aren't they? I see Ava here. Is that Ava or Clara? Oh, look at little baby bundled up! All the mothers and their children. So Clara, they're not Ava then. Don't think it's all of them. He couldn't sweet talk all of them. Han's too big for stories. Mia says that about your books. Stories of her homeland. Bert likes stories. Little too much. Marie, let the boy have his fantasies in his childhood. Sounds about right for that genre of storytelling, Chillin' Chum. Oh, we got pretzels. Is that empanada on the upper left? Ooh, Rick. Oh, look at that cat's in a basket. That's my zoom button. Gonna get a screenshot of you. A screenshot of this very fantastic dog. Be in some real trouble and tastic if it ever ran out of rye. Missed this when I was in Florence. Missed the bread? Or praise the rye? Toss her a compliment. It's not all about me. Rye bread, sheep's milk cheese, and almonds. Bread first. Break some bread. Love all peasant food. It's an underappreciated bread. Oh, he wants his Wonder Bread with plain sugar. And a very important man gets a very important bread. Well, you get back home soon. He's going back to Rome, and from Rome, who knows where after that. Sheep's milk next. Hope our local bird is satisfying. Now he'll be home someday. He's homesick. Let's reassure him that he'll return home soon. Oh, the semi glass is getting stuck to it. And to finish off with some olives. Alright, Bert. Bert doesn't want to talk about bread. Can we talk about motives for murder? And maybe some alibis for 2 a.m. in the morning last night. Ursula's almost got it. She's almost got the hang of the word bread. No, they're all little heathens. We only see it once every week and Sunday. Oh, little Ursula's toddling over. A favorite story to illustrate, given that I gave this guy the hedonism in Italy background. Can we choose a Song of Songs? Yeah, this is the printing era. So the Druckers have a printing press. And these illustrated manuscripts that Andreas and the monks are working on in the scriptorium are kind of obsolete by this point. Adam and Eve, the tree of knowledge of the good and evil. Jacob wrestling the angel. Annunciation, Gabriel appears to Mary. Elijah, and the chariots of fire that I can't play for DMCA reasons. Christ being taken down from the cross. A revolution coming. There's certainly been hints of it so far. That's why I'm thinking, after talking to Otto, that maybe this was political motivation. The peasants are being overtaxed to pay for the burdens, the financial burdens that the Abbey has been accruing for who knows how long. I'm feeling Annunciation, maybe. The crowd is a bunch of mothers and their children. So I probably don't want anything too visceral. Let's do Annunciation. Aww. Ursula just shaking her head no. She comprehends, but she doesn't have the mastery of word yet. Oh, insert it into the story again. It hasn't happened since yesterday, but I love when the game plays with the illustrations. Why? Anna, you can't just ask them why they're all brown. Maybe if they gave him the background from like Zurich or wherever, then he would have been completely unaware of how people look elsewhere. Oh man, if I gave him the Zurich background instead of Italian, he might have picked up some very unkind prejudices against a Romani friend over in the woods. We'll get to that bird. We'll get to that. We gotta have the pleasant story first. Then we'll pick up some gossip for the murder. Bird taking us out of the world. Needed someone to talk to. Think he's old enough to understand death. I'm sorry, Marie. Marie was there too, though, wasn't she? Wait, no, Bert was there. We were there with the Drukers. Pull out my journal. I needed someone to talk to. Anyway, changing subject about Lazarus. Is this gonna be foreshadowing Lazarus brought back from the dead? Little Ursula's just too precious, playing with the stones, the illustration. She's got such an imagination. That is so precious, the kid climbing stuff to get a better view. Is she going to climb on Andreas' shoulders? Is that what she's climbing up? She wants an umbu from him. Achievement unlocked! She's stolen my hat! Pay or say nothing. I'll let her have it. It's just for now. Oh, where's Ursula going now? Saw a Roman come out of there. Ooh, what are you talking about, Paul? Paul hangs out at the aqueduct to draw on the aqueduct. But what do you mean you saw a Roman come out of there too? We did see a figure in white jump across the aqueduct from the abbey toward the mill. But as far as I know, the entrance to the ruin that accesses to the aqueduct is sealed. Could be another hole. I think it's just someone dressed in white, not a ghost, not a Roman. I don't know, troubling. Might have seen something similar in the evening. The church recognizes that spirits do exist separate from the flesh, may be possible. Someone slinking around up after dark, up to mischief? I think so. I think it was just somebody dressed in white. But be that as it may, I think I have seen something similar. We saw the same person that same night. And Till knows something as well. The shepherd Till. It was like, haha, you see that ghost? So Brother Sapat is leaving that soon, though. He's not gonna stay for the duration? So this could have been my last chance to talk with him. To get back to work. Wait, are we gonna get back to work? I don't see anything in the scriptorium. We got a murder to solve. Let's go Johann Bauer's farm. We could follow the stonemason. Or we could sit for the spinning bee. I'm gonna spit for the spinning bee. Spit, sit for the spinning bee. Anything going on at the guest house today? We can say hello. There's no investigation icon here, so this shouldn't take any time. Just hello. Till we can't ask about the ghost. Paul, you want to talk more about that ghost you saw? We had this conversation though. We already talked about all this. To the ruins. With the knowledge that he saw ghosts here. Oh, true butterflies in this part as well. See, that's collapse. What if somebody buried it and redug it at night? There's nothing else here. But the heavy groans of the mill itself. Can I go inside it? I can't go inside it. Otto. Not Franz Bauer. Where's the other Bauer? Johann Bauer. Say hello to Hans. It's not much, but it's honest work. Brigitte might come help with the laundry. Oh, that's cool. But hold on. I have got to get the goat in the snail shell. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting Martin is married. Martin is somehow married. Nice, then Veronica. The bitterness splashed into there. You have a good time thinking about your cousin's wife. Hetty, Veronica. Oh my goodness. Hetty, you're married. We were really hoping for the City Boy artist to come watch him. Yeah, I believe him. Hetty is on the prowl. Isn't that... You're playing chaperone here. Isn't that peepin'? Very sensible. Would want me sit in all their hearts. Needn't worry. I understand. Very sensible. Am I just gonna... I'm totally just peeking my head in. Okay, so... What do we got going on? We got regular wool, red wool, and yellow wool. Just like in Minecraft. Keep the gossip coming, ladies. Who are we talking about? Martin. Martin got himself some rings, and then off he went. So Martin who stole some rings off the Baron. Then off to Innsbruck. Oh, little Ursula's helping. Hey, Ursula. Playing with the little piece of wool. I noticed just now that the two who are spinning red and yellow are themselves wearing red and yellow. Small time for the little shit. Whoa, Martha's got bigger aspirations than Innsbruck. Nobleman was just murdered. And we did hear that he stole some rings off the Baron. So I could totally point the blame to Martin. What motivation could Martin have? Not ruling anybody out yet. This isn't appropriate for me to discuss. Well, ladies, I'm not pointing the finger at him, but do you know what motivations he might have had? Look at this little play! Cat looks like she's on the verge of crying. We did see Martin running away from the Abbey. He's your problem cat. I mean, the trial they're gonna get regardless isn't all too different. If we all remember our Foucault. She's right, Johann. I'm gonna side with the peasant ladies. Begging your pardon, you're in your own home. I'm outside. If he wants to invite me inside, by all means. Oh, he's actually inviting me in to spin! Whatever happened that because there's unmarried women here and I myself am unmarried, I should just poke my head out the window. Or am I gonna be working through the window? Gonna be working through the window? Draft wool from the distaff. Twist it tight. Spin tight yarn onto the spindle. From the distaff, I'm assuming is up there. Twist it with my fingers. And then spin the spindle. So twist and spin, twist and spin, twist and spin. Got it. And begin again, and do this for like 50, 60 years. Draft, twist, spin, collect. That's a new bop it. Draft it. Twist it. Spin it. Collect it. Draft it. Spin it. Ah, not yet. Okay, now spin it. Hell? Really? Not yet? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 is the rhythm, I think. Or I teach him, and then he does the rest for me. Big Yord. Big Yord talking to none. The young one. Ooh. Look at him expertly twist that yarn now. Very pretty in a mean way. What does that mean, Veronica? Wait, when has being a nun ever stopped it? Oh, let's play with the yard the cat! Kitty's got the wiggles. Kitty doesn't want to attack, though. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Plenty of pretty girls. I'm still doing it. Alright. Draft, draft, draft. Spin, spin, spin. Draft, draft, draft. Oh, the hand blinks. Achievement unlocked, quick fingers. Spin wool as fast as the ladies. Oh, I'm keeping up! I'm an actual pro now. Brigata. Brigata and Martin having trouble. Maybe this is why Lucky was having an argument about this. Maybe tomorrow, I'll follow Lucky the Stonemason. Little baby wolf. Oh, that's Martin's baby. Aww. Martin, you bum. It's even the sheep, Johan. He wouldn't lift a single finger to get the sheep out of the town commons. Draft, 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 spin, spin, spin. Draft, 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 spin, spin, spin. Collect. Row. Anyone special? Come on, Otto, we gotta push you towards Ava, do we? Hand to God, Master Zimmerman, not once in my life. I fear I've been yoked to the wheel of propriety my entire life. Mostly been listening. Confidence, gentlemen. It's confidence. Work is work, Johan. Are you going to reduce the lady's work to just playing with hair or whatever? It's all contributing towards, oh, look at little Ursula's asleep. Ursula and the cat napping. They've tired themselves out both. Oh ho, Hetty! Mom! Oh, can I? About the Abbey. About Tassing. Can I ask about why Otto hasn't sealed the deal with Ava yet? What did I ask about Tassing? Parasol Abbey might be of importance. But these are ladies of the town. Will they know what goes on in Kersal? I do want to know more about Martin. I want to know more about Lucky. Let's ask Tassing. Much of the monks and nuns in town, anchor rest, know much about her? How's the storm? You guys seen much of the monks and nuns? A couple. Brother Wolslaw, Sister Matilda. Did you say they're a couple? A salacious secret? So, Brother Wally is very strong. And the Baron was a bit of a womanizer. Johann thinks all there is of sexual attraction is plenty to go on outside of that. Rita and Ulrich, the bakers. Ava is pretty sharp, that's been established. What about the Abbey? What else could I ask them? Oh yeah, there's that. That's the only thing to ask about it. And changing the terms. Yeah, that'd be the no more goods and services, has to be cold hard cash. From the providence of heaven. If they were truly just, they would all be instant millionaires. Does the Miller got some part to play? The Miller has his own prices. So what about Leonard? Can we convince Leonard with his fancy mill to actually pay what the goods are worth? Pay him even for the abbot. Leonard is someone I want to keep my eyes on. What, to mention Chillin had a sudden thought to make a secondary squatty character who's real quiet and stealthy. The idea of being the point of shyness. I haven't played Fire Emblem, so not sure what you mean by Bernie. But I have seen some shy service folk, so it wouldn't be out of place. Nothing Christian to say about him, to say nothing at all. That, in and of itself, is testimony. I hope he falls into a fast-moving river during a flood. Bash his brains on the rocks. Hetty! Hated by Hetty. But Hetty is so sweet. Hetty is so sweet, and yet Leonard is such a vicious man that Hetty wants to see his brains bashed. There's still so much wood. There's so much wool on the wood, though. They're not even halfway done. Bernie is a shut-in. He could be a real powerful horse archer if you want to. Random joke, she murdered everyone, she could go home to her room sooner. They can see that working out. What young person doesn't aspire to just be done and go back to bed. It's okay, who's tired of the wool? If someone's tired of the wool, they can go home. We can keep gossiping, ladies. Oh, he's actually flirting! He's actually doing it! Screams sometimes, not what you have in mind for your own character. We'll need to take inspiration. Nothing says has to be a perfect carbon copy. Yes, I'll be there. Something to take care of first. Plans for the evening. Well, let's see. We need to a Sabat. We've already gotten what we want out of Auto. So yeah, sure. Let's eat with our hosts. And there goes the entire workday. Now it's time for Vespers and sleeping right after. And Yandere-chan by extension. Oh no. I don't think I want to ask about how she fits in. Sorry, Hetty, I've got plans. I promised my hosts that I would eat with them tonight. Let me quickly check the map. Is there any investigation stuff I could check? Probably not. Mealtime is probably strictly for mealtime. Could be with Otto, the Midnight, the Aldens. I can't eat with the monks tonight. Just an utter ghost, except she feels intimidated by rookie Cynthia. I don't think there's anything else for me to do tonight, so ooh! What are you doing here, brother? Taking the Lord name in vain, Wolslaw. What happened? Mind your language, brother. What's the matter? There's been another killing. Are you alright? You look terrible. I'm not gonna scold him. Are you alright? What's the matter? What's the matter? Archdeacon come early with an entire retinue. Tomorrow at noon. Okay, so we got a date tomorrow. He doesn't seem too happy about that. Do I only have time for one day's investigation? So instead of casting a wide net to try to find many possible leads and options, should I have picked a target and then leaned on them? And then stealthy girl teaches to be calm and subtle if not stealthy. So kind of like a mutual learning from each other. That's pretty cool. Okay, Piero's happy either way. What I tell the Archdeacon and who I tell him about. This sounds to me like he wants me to play politics. If I discovered anything. Didn't do it, did you? Smile encouragingly. Not me I'm worried about. A certain sister. A certain sister, you said. Should I have been pointing my direction towards the sisters? We do know that one of the sisters had smelled moss, frankincense, roses, or whatever at 2 a.m. And there was a note. Girl who, what is it? Either way, 2 a.m. in the chapter house. And around 2 a.m. smelled moss, sulfur, frankincense, and roses. So maybe he was having a liaison with one of the nuns. And either this father here, or this brother here, protected her by bashing the guy's brain in. The idea is pretty much to take the role of Cynthia. She takes her apprenticeship, gain respect and trust with everyone else. And that means tutorials and character introductions serve. They can take your time with it. That's normally how the Yens tend to play, right? You spend your first hour or whatever meeting everyone, getting tutorialized as to how the after-school clubs work and whatnot. Pray for Piero's deliverance tonight, he's emphasizing. I think the occult stuff might be a red herring. And I probably wasted my time digging up the grave with Otto. Because while there is blood on that rod, that was buried the day before he died. I certainly got something out of the spinning bee. We learned about that brother we just talked to being especially strong, having an inclination towards protecting women from pilgrims overstaying their welcome. Even little Ursula giving an amen as best she can. But be that way, they're not sure if anything has done it this in-depth. I can't really say myself, since I haven't played too many VNs. Of like a strict VN fashion. Let's see, there's a Total Boyfriend, Karen no Sojo is pretty similar. Things like Eden plus Mosaic, or Seiya no Uta, are pretty basic, so those don't really count too much. What if I implicate the Miller, so that the next Miller that comes in is more accommodating to the community? Have you told him that? Work at a ratio that benefits you both? It's already benefiting the Miller, it's just not benefiting anybody else. No use talking with the bad blood. We know why, he's friendly with Ava. How... I'm staying out of this. Will the children actually listen to their father's prohibitions? What have we got for dinner tonight? Just pottage, rye. 2 pieces of rye to go with our pottage. Peter, the medicine is medicine. So it's made by a cunning woman. That means it's good for you. What did we just say 2 hours ago about the fragility of machismo? Agnes gave us a tincture for an upset stomach. It helped us. What if the doctor's too expensive? Go for Agnes. Agnes will fix you right up. Pride is more important than keeping his health for his family? Gee, I wonder why the pain gets worse each year now. Yeah, everyone did. Okay, try try some pottage next, and then finish with the bread to scoop up what's left in the bowl. A hello for Big Jorg. Aww. If I replay this, I gotta talk to the sisters more. Big Jorg is smitten with somebody. What if Jorg is a killer? We assume it's brother What's-His-Face because he's big and strong, and defended Veronica from a Hansi pilgrim. What if it's Big Jorg, who's courting a nun? But the Baron, who loves his women, was also courting the same young nun. And then Jorg sees this woman being accosted by the Baron, bashes his head in. Thoughts of a sneaky hidey girl makes you feel fuzzy inside, Chillin' Chum? If that's what you like, I'm sure there's plenty of examples to draw from. For writing inspiration, or other personal needs, quizzically at Big Jorg. I'm not gonna tell him no. Break his heart. Forget it. Oh, he really is crushing hard on somebody. Okay, scoop up the rest of the pottage. Oh, I can't ask more. And the encounters of Baron Rothvogel. Story with Martin Bauer. Widow, was she always like that? I think these two I want to ask about. Mark will make a good patsy. Any encounters with the Baron? Oh, don't tell me he's Sueva. He's got a wandering eye. Pursuing peasant women? Could you blame him? Your wife and daughter are handsome enough to catch any man's eye. Not the time, Andreas. You once heard from someone that they retired of the Yanderis. Neat as it might be at every moment of it. You don't know how will that go over. Well, ultimately down to your story, right? Just your story and how it fits for her. Whether or not she does go that direction, but it fits for the narrative, for the character. Okay, so that tells me then that being a nun would be no barrier to him. Andreas here went to top. We've taken all the opportunities to flirt. And to their credit, they turned him down. But I don't think he's one to cast stones here. I can't believe they made the tumultuous period of 16th century Bavaria so woke. Oh, they're soaring in front of Ursula. She's got her brows all furrowed. Sleepy time. But I could investigate at night. I have a sleep icon on the Gertner farm. Could I opt to sleep elsewhere? Maybe, if I was more active in the flirting. Missed it? What to be yoke? Oh, I was just teasing. Since the game heavily involves peasants unhappy with the taxes or the clergy, or the nobles that take advantage of them. I was teasing just the concept of people who complain about anything being woke if it doesn't maintain the status quo. I could search in the library right now. I could search the library. We have. We have the secret tunnel. And where was it? The crypt? If we come in from the church and go down the crypt, we could go to the library and do a little bit more investigation. But it's been 4.5 hours because I just keep not pulling myself away. I keep wanting more. But I'm out of tea, so I gotta force myself to BRB. Make some more tea. Stretch my legs. Because if I'm gonna be out all night going to the library, we have got to go on an empty bladder. Just give me a second, and we'll get back into it. Alright, no rest for the wicked. And now that we have multiple things pointing to sisters in the night, I have a strong desire to see how exactly these sisters relate to this case. I got my suspicions. we are going to need confirmation, especially if the Archdeacon is here right now and wants to talk to us at noon tomorrow. The more you think about how someone could be that talented at sneaking as you imagine it, the more you get this vibe of having rather horrible upbringing. You don't know, there are some people just like sneaking around. I had a period of my teen years where I enjoyed sneaking up on people. Not for like any malicious reason, but it was fun trying to be quiet and spook my friends by sneaking up behind them. That's the Miller. The Miller is so rich, they could afford multiple panes of glass. My boyfriend doesn't even try to be sneaky, but accidentally sneaks up on his coworkers all the time. And so one of the reasons that he likes that his keys are kind of jingly is that it alerts people to his presence, so it's just like putting a bell on a cat. All sorts of reasons for one to pursue a sneakier way. Church isn't locked. How do I sneak by him though? Circuit tours here at night. I got stealth minigame. Okay, he's gone. No stealth minigame here. Quickly in. Quickly to the crypt. And they didn't even close it. The character in Fire Emblem Awakening, who has so little presence, it's actually possible for players themselves to miss him entirely as a critical unit. That sounds fun. I'll lose time tomorrow morning, though. Don't ask what I'm looking for. Archdeacon is already here. I gotta do it. What other chance do I have? I could hide. Is that hidey spot? The Herbis Cambriae. On the herbs of Wales. Good to know. Butcher's broom if you have trouble peeing or pooing. Helps with reduction of swelling. But it's not what I need. I don't see any other interactable points. Oh, I see now. There's a trail on the ground. I can go upstairs. I can't go into the door to the right. That's off limits, but I can go upstairs. Book and book is what I want, just all the way up on the top. The Familiares of the Sisters of Kersau Abbey. How do Alessa or Braille sound to me as names? Alicia, really. Sounds like names to me. Hunter in Italian, the other French. I think I might have a time limit and might want to know about specific ones first. Illuminata, Oblata, Mater, Sophia. Oblata Nata, Lisbeth. I think Lisbeth might be important to know. Zdenia, Margarita Oblata. I can't check the journal, so Oh. Excretata. I thought there was an excommunication here. XVII. 17 years? Matilda Oblata? Is that the young one? We have Domines. $34. Lisbeth. Departs from the more normalish names you've used thus far? Well, I'd imagine that the characters of your work aren't exactly homogenous, right? So people come from all sorts of backgrounds, so it wouldn't be unusual for some names to be odder than others in a world of Ashleys and Kayleys. I'm interested in this bet for information. But if there is a young nun that the Baron and Big York's got their eye on, Matilda Oblata, 17 anno, sounds like she could be a target. Maintaining food supplies, maintaining the grounds. So she'd be out in public. Not to give interest there. Left the Abbey for several months. You'd think maybe. Might have been a baby. What was the note? Girl? Girl who what? I can't read my own handwriting. Girl who dead? Innocent with her? 2 a.m. chapter? Something like that? So they could have had some history? Only entry was such a note. 3 years ago, before Father Matthias died. And around the time Baron Rothvogel visited. Sister Matilda and Cecilia to ask. I think this is going to be very important to know. Lisbeth. Lisbeth speaks with a Gothic text. What is your background? From Utrecht. Rothenburg, Alba der Taba. Free Imperial City, home of several holy chivalric orders and monasteries. Nothing else of interest. Zadania? Eh-heh-heh. What do you mean, eh-heh-heh? Donate a fortune to the Abbey. Oh. She gets free reign because of that. It sounds like these wealthy merchant families send their daughters and their wealth here. Margarita. Failed cataract surgery. Failed 16th century cataract surgery. Mater Caterina, Hildegardis, Cecilia, Gertrudis, Illuminata, Capocci family in Perugia. And donations every single year. Welser family, one of the most powerful families in Augsburg. More money donated in a year than his entire family sees in 10. Jeez. So this sounds to me like the Abbey is in very good hands. So they're getting all this money coming in. And that's gotta be everything. I don't see any more lines. There's... oh. Sophia, I haven't read yet. Though I could escape. The escape option is there. Okay, so what have I learned? Matilde, 17 now, sent to Hermitage 3 years ago. During, after Baron's visit, I think girl got pregnant, sent to the Hermitage to take it to term. Nobody else really stands out as information I might need. Apart from these girls are rich. There's a few peasant folks here or there, but some of these girls are bringing in big bucks to the Abbey. And now I got more things to talk about. Record of admissions for nuns. Note about Sister Matilda staying at a hermitage for several months after Baron Rothvogel's last visit. That's Mother Cecilia or Sister Matilda. Notes on Sister Matilda. Ask her about her stay at the hermitage following Baron Rothvogel's last visit. Can't just be a coincidence. Convent garden during the day. Chapter house at noon. So I think I'll only have time for one thing in the morning. Historia de Labyrinto Librorum. Count of the Labyrinth of Books. Is this occult stuff that I haven't got the expertise for? Bolognese professor told me a tale about such a place in Piedmont. And that's all that I can get out of there. What's in you? With Folium for the Mysteria Astra. I think Ferenc must have read this because this copies the cipher he was using. He's finally made the connection. We figured it out eventually. And that is everything here. Now all I gotta do is leave. Assuming nobody else is here? Hold up, what are you doing here? Oh, we got two brothers in here. What could it be? Aww, aww. Oh. Passionate. Break for the stairs, they can't catch you. Talk with them, they can work this out, come to understanding. Wait for them to leave. Just patience. They're gonna be there for a while. Wait for them to finish, then leave. Can't take that long. Speak with them openly in good faith as men of reason. Run for it, go, 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 for once! For once, the goblin in my ear might have the right of it. But I think the best thing to do would be to approach them. They might have information. They're caught with their pants down, so to speak, with a secret they don't want going out. I don't want to say it's blackmail to let me go without issue. But they have their secrets, I have mine. We can both look the other way. Could go badly. We're both in an awkward position. Not as awkward as them. What they're up to is dangerous business in a few ways. Won't be happy me being here. It could go badly. Choose my words carefully. Let's talk to him. He also speaks in the Gothic text. Mateo does. I have Mateo written down. Evening walk. I don't care what you're up to between you and God. Don't mean to alarm you. Came looking for clues about who killed the Baron. Let me walk out of here, or I'll tell. I don't want maybe worse to happen. None of my business. Suggest we go separate ways. Looking for clues about the murder, so you can save Piero's life. Threaten them. Nuh-uh. Didn't mean to alarm you. Came looking for clues. That's all it is. That's all it is. I don't care about your business. Brother Rudiger? I don't think it was him, but I'm still making a note of who speaks in Gothic. Everybody living in tyranny of the abbot. There's motive, Mateo. There's motive that I do not even suspect. and they have been seen together. Though most Germans spoke about the boisterous, rotund monk, and not much to say about the nun. And there was a question, were they a couple? It could be they actually were, both being settlers and having lots of contact with each other in the course of their business. It could be if she was sent to a hermitage, it wasn't for the Baron's baby, but the monks. Or that could have been when the Baron first caught eye of her. All of what? We're not gonna make it a quid pro quo. I'm gonna gain the rapport by just tapping my nose and turning around. Fruitful? It's a good thing we went out. But I'm gonna lose hours in the morning, so there's not much I'm gonna be able to ask about. Oh. Back to the boat to the land of dreams to pester John and the rest. I haven't had this in a while. Finished his commission for the Abbey. Little nervous about the girl, Sabine. How's business? Is this the truth? He is a bit old for a journeyman. Maybe he's not at home and getting married because he's nervous about having to tie himself down to a girl he doesn't know. And the manuscript and everything else is an excuse to keep himself away. Apparently having a wife really is just a requirement. Can't be a master if you're not a husband. That is the law. Ha ha ha. Or no, of course not. Ha ha. I know, Dad. Anybody else to talk to here? Leave through the north gate. To the northwest gate. Or just go to the center of town. Oh, she's not too bad looking. I guess her portrait was true. Or the portrait's the only vision we have of her. So we can't talk to her, we just got her image. Are you really that pretty? Do you really want to get married to a stranger? What are you like? Do you really want to get married to a stranger? Maybe the true end is flirt throughout town and find a girl to settle down with. And escape my fate being a cuffed master artist in Nuremberg. We could take a more pastoral life. What if the real twist is actually, after all, it was Brother Piero the whole time? Just because they said this now, it has to be true. That he actually did it. I just don't believe he could have done it. There's a better explanation. Don't deny it's possible. But it's extremely improbable. Either one is open to doubt. So the question is, do I want to talk to Mother Superior, or do I want to talk to the nun herself? Mother Superior might chase me out for daring to snoop around and ask about her sisters. The sister might clam up from the trauma. Have to save Brother Piero's life, it's that easy. The monks want to protect the abbey. That's the whole point of tossing Piero under the bus. Bring it for the Piero. The abbot's concern. His motivation seems entirely political. If the death of the noble occurred on his abbey grounds, unless they produce the murderer and separate themselves from him, the abbey already has a little bit of bad weather between the Prince Bishop and them. They don't want even more attention. Out of the abbot. The Baron has many good qualities. I'm sure he's got a non-zero amount of, but that's besides the point. Can't disagree. Powerful people get upset when other powerful people are murdered. Could threaten the existence of the abbey. There is also the underlying thing that the peasants are unhappy with the prices forced upon them. The fees they pay is too much to afford them the tax that they owe to the abbey for the land they work on. So it all falls on some archdeacon we've never met before, gonna see for the first time tomorrow. We do have a theological background and oratory skills, so hopefully the tools favored by men such as him, reason, wisdom, authority, honesty. Andreas is lacking of wisdom and authority. Those in power might not necessarily value reason or honesty. Wisdom? Audience may not comprehend it. Authority? Do I have any? Merely an artist versus a Prince Bishop uprising. Reason? Honesty? Many not willing to accept the truth. Surely not reason. We did make him a hedonist. Maybe the Prince Bishop has an appreciation for the finer things in life, or also had a close brush with syphilis. Hope? Oh, that's not gonna help us out. Socrates. That counts as honesty. You just brush honesty off. Is any of this evidence going to be thrown out because it's me going room to find them all? Is curiosity so awful? Lust for knowledge can be dangerous. Is curiosity so awful? Yeah, but we covered that back with Illuminata. It's alright. The knowledge of a forbidden book wasn't enough to corrupt 3 bishops? To include a bloodied scepter. But the timing's wrong. The stuff was buried. Then we had dinner with the Baron. Then Baron murdered. So that had him let it up before. Occult paraphernalia, but likely not a murder weapon. Could be chicken blood, could be pig's blood. No other suspects? I got my ideas. So I think it really is just whoever you suspect the most. Lean onto that person to get more evidence, and then Andreas will suspect them the most. It might not be enough, even if I get information from Mother Cecilia or Sister Matilde. Brother Pietro is being thrown under the bus as a political scapegoat to take the fall. And I'm pretty much doing the exact same thing, finding my own political scapegoat to take the fall to make sure Pietro comes out alive. Prester John wants me to have faith in Providence. I'm not sure about how much Andreas has. I'll do my best. Okay, what time is it? Oh, we lost so much time. It's all the way in Sext. We lost the entire morning. How am I to inquire with the nuns? We slept the entire day through. Could I eat with the nuns? I can't. There's no one up here to eat with. Well, I gotta say though, wherever this goes, I have got to do a second playthrough to see what happens if I pursue different things in different orders. I think that Ferenc was a red herring, and I should have done more to delve into Kersal. I could probably go down into the crypt the earliest that it's open, and then all I gotta do is press the key in the Christ Child's hands, and that gives us nightly access to the library. So we could have done that on an earlier day. And that would have given us the next afternoon to talk to the nuns and get more information. So, I'm thinking that if it's truth that I'm after, the spinning bee was probably a good choice because that gave us a bit of gossip. That was pretty helpful. Also, haven't spent any time with the charcoal burner and the Romani. They might have interesting things to say too if they want to implicate somebody else. Might be fun then to go through and just see what everybody else has to say, and who points to what, and then collect evidence to point against certain people. Little Ursula. Let's see. I'll probably have no choice but to just have a meal and then talk to the Archdeacon with incomplete information and only one fellow I could implicate. Could I eat with the Milners? I cannot. Hopefully, somebody is around to talk to, but they observe their hours, so they're probably all having their meals right now. Okay, Gertrude is here, but I can talk to Matilda directly. I can just talk to Matilda. Blood on the blade shovel. I got two things to talk to Matilda about. Bloody shovel, and she went to a hermitage for several months shortly after the Baron's visit 3 years ago. I'm afraid this is truly necessary, Sister Matilda. Young woman, nothing. Timeline-wise, should have been 14. Child, more like. Do you walk to town alone? Doesn't matter. Now she doesn't. Now she has a very big, strong monk follow her into town, do the shopping with her. Now's not the time to be accusatory of her habits. Let her continue. I'm sure she must have. Let her continue for now. Badly scratched his neck, which saved her. Didn't quite save her. So Les sent to a hermitage for the duration of her pregnancy, and really was just for her health. Poor thing. Directly, it does sound like motive. Her shovel does have blood. In this community until he comes back 3 years later. Which was Thomas again? That's Thomas. Oh yeah, the one in town. Did you receive a strange note? Remember what he did, the violence he suffered, the red bird flies. Martin's chapter, 2 a.m. in the chapter house, just like the note he got. I think that someone who knew about the attack he had done 3 years ago gave a note to them both. Why to her, though? If they wanted to lure the Baron into the chapel house, into the chapter house, to do some murdering, they wouldn't need her there too. So why summon both? In the bed, in the nuns... Okay. That's when the blind sister smelled the moss and sulfur, frankincense, and roses. That was the delivery of the notes. If it was a sister, Lisbeth does speak in a flawless Gothic script. So any sister has access to the shovels. To kill baby rabbits? Oh, poor things. You didn't use it to kill the Baron. Then what did you use to kill the Baron? Claim the shovel is blood on it because she's killed rabbits in the garden. Denied being responsible for the death. Of course she would. Sent to a hermitage. Margaret. Where's Cecilia? Cecilia here? Locked. Is it at Vespers right now? Shouldn't they be dining? Or does only Mother Superior get to dine? Mother Superior, I need someone to have lunch with. Cecilia also speaks with a heavy Gothic font. But that's the right way to do it then. Maybe if we didn't have information from Matilda, then she'd be like, no, I got no business talking about my charges. You best get out of here. If I see you talking to her, I'm gonna bash this crucifix into myself or something. But because you've already got information from her, she's opening up, maybe. So didn't bring it to Father Matthias? So they kept it a secret. I think we got motive then. Somebody who knew about the secret and didn't want him to go unpunished. Who all knew? Mittenwald. Between Augsburg, Innsbruck, and Milan. Might have, but even if he did, that means no more money for the Abbey. If it ever will. She claims she's fine now, that she moved on from the anger, but she herself said that it left her with some mental scars. Those don't go away so easily. This sounds to me. She goes to church, community loves her, don't take her away from us. Wolfslaw might have known. He's a big, strong guy. He's protected Veronica from Hansi pilgrims. Before is before. Before is before. Maybe now that there is a hint of a relationship. This is gonna be interrupted, but how is she gonna respond to that? With anger and ink splatters. Hey, Carver. Just in time for what I think might be a climax. We thought we had days to investigate, but it turns out the Archdeacon is here, now. And I'm wasting my lunch hour because I wasted the entire morning sleeping. If she did tell anyone now, though. When the Baron came here, and Wolslaw is very protective, I don't have him written down as speaking in Germanic text. Or in Gothic text, I mean to say. That's 2 warnings not to mention Sister Matilda to the Archdeacon. Maybe she didn't. Maybe it is a protective monk. Consider the evidence. When the succeeding acknowledges that Sister Matilda was a nun who Lorenz Rothvogel hurt on the last visit, taken to a hermitage to avoid a scandal. Decide what to do with this information. It might come down to this. Everything else might have been a red herring to devour my time and to lead to different types of endings. You've already harvested everything in her head. Is everybody else busy enjoying their Vespers? I can go up the tower. The tower's been closed before. There are bells, but I can't interact with the bells, but these bells are drawn in such a way that they are separate from the background. These bells could be used. Maybe if I did things differently, there'd be a bell puzzle to call people up. Can't go back up to the library. What's this? Oh. Just massively paraphernalia. Where to find everyone? Maybe the one I want in the cellar. Refectory, kitchen and cellar. Cool Slav. Oh yeah, Brother Piero's down in the cellar. Archdeacon's already here. What am I gonna do, elope with him? I want to interrogate Wolslaw. Oh, it's uncertain. I think it's not enough. I think it's got to be all the way to the right to convince him. We got an oratory background. We denied Piero was angry. But we spoke out of turn, I think, imploring Gernot to reconsider holding Piero, asking Gernot's forgiveness for questioning him. If I held my tongue and was less annoying, I'd probably have more social capital in this scenario. Is there anything else we can talk about, though? I want to ask him about everything else concerning what he knows of Matilda. I can't, there's nothing else. Nothing else to talk about. Does he know that we dug up what's-his-face? Shit, I can pet the cats and the dogs, but I can't pet the chickens. What the heck? There's also an abattoir that we've never been able to go into. All patched up. I should probably speak to Ferenc a bit before we end up killing him. He also speaks in Gothic. Can't believe Brother Piero would kill the Baron, not his nature. Piero's half-step from the grave. Really think he done it? Devil makes monsters the holiest men. But Piero! Yes, I need to interrogate you about all of your occult activities. Interesting letter from you addressed to the late Baron. Rushed into the scriptorium, hit something strange at your desk. So Otto and I were digging up Brother Gerhard's grave. We'll save you for last. Shouldn't leave this type of thing lying around. A scrupulous person might use it for devious ends. Blame Niklaus. I don't know, looks like blackmail to me. Blackmail and a refusal. His syphilis. Is it for his syphilis? So far, so good, but there is a bloody scepter in the bundle that he buried in somebody's ribcage. I don't know. According to our dream of pre-trial, the only evidence we have points to Ferenc. We don't got anything else. A few more questions. Not gonna bury the lead, because this leads directly to this. So Otto and I were digging up Gerhard's grave. It's just a simple O. Maybe I should have opened with the notes. Hic Ieset Gerhard. What a wonderful idea, let's go. Can he bluff his way out of that? And the blood on the rod, though? Oratory puts you in a very difficult spot. Theologian, why not go to the abbot? How about the blood on the rod, though? Let's put him at ease first, and then ask about the blood. He's already stressed, don't want him bolting on us. What do you mean, though what? If you buried it, it had to have been there. No, that's just cranberry juice. That's all of this. It's a simple misunderstanding. My blood. He'll have to explain. A benign ritual for the aid of angels is bloodletting himself. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but the only conclusive evidence I have points to— I want to believe him, but the only evidence and suspects I have that's in Andreas' head is this. Someone must have killed a man, why not you? That's the reason Pietro's in the cellar right now. Well, this is for the cipher, so this is nothing special. Had to be late for Terrace, wasn't sneaking, just bottle of paint, was cleaning it up. Let's not play defensive. Stare silently. So what he's saying is that if I throw him under the bus and use this whole laundry list of evidence, that it's no longer his domain inside the scriptorium. Why isn't he the abbot? In the previous abbot's time, it seemed like he'd be the shoo-in for the next, but instead it went to what's-his-face. We will not discuss this. Sounds like a sore spot. Maybe that's the motive. If the abbey's patron, rich patron, ends up dead under the abbot's watch, then maybe that might open up the position. Deny the magical tools in Brother Gerhard's grave are his. Well, he confessed to it in the end. Defensive and evasive. Maybe doing it in the order I did, Metaphysical denial, because he confessed to it before I asked about the other paraphernalia. Illuminata not here. I think this might be it. I think there's nobody else I could speak to. Could I avoid speaking to the deacon? Attic. Voltbear is here. We could talk to Voltbear. Could talk to Rudgear. Oh, they're eating together. How adorable. Nothing to talk about. That, brother Rudgear? If he means, do you know where he is? He might need a stronger prescription. Maybe he means that the, have you seen his body kind of sense. No, why? Oh my goodness. Is that on him right there? If he ran, that's his choice. Didn't mean to cause him much distress. What do you want me to do about it? Archdeacon wants to see me. Technically, I did not threaten. I don't recall threatening him. Rudiger. Have you seen where Rudiger went? He was just hungry. He ran off to get his meal. That's all it was. Eddic also speaks in the Gothic, but Andreas says he's got no talent writing the Gothic. You turn the page, you wash your hands. Aquarium. Nothing of interest in the Locarium. Anything new with the infirmary, because it was kind of a bit odd that he wanted me to hide. Nothing to talk about. Well, unless there's anybody else I want to eat or want to talk to, I think all I can do then is find somebody to eat with, and then advance to the afternoon. You're still here, but not to dine with. So who are our dining options? Johann Bauer, the widow, Baker's midwife, Otto. Not the Gärtners this time. Let me stop at the mill. See if I could accost the miller for anything. And check out those ruins again. Where two eyes have seen what they think is a ghost. Nothing to speak of. Not the windows, get off the windows, LC. Quickly like. Playing near the old salt mine, sorry Paul. Did they say Roman? They just said treasure and shiny. The Groshan seemed concerned. Does he collect them? Asked about his interests? He seemed concerned. Finances or family? The finances have to be good. They got this big house, they got multiple panes of glass windows. They pinch the other families with high prices they can't negotiate on. Is all well. I don't know about that. She's gonna end up beating her boy. Sorry, Paul. Okay, so who to eat with? Maybe might get more gossip out of Johan? And Hetty? Let's go charcoal burners. Maybe the least likely sources have something for me. Citadel mushrooms. Ooh, and who is this? Reason to come by here after all. Richard? What? Executioner. Oh no. They're working fast. We burden to an executioner. Okay, Smokey. Let's have lunch. Hi, what do we be? My kind. What? Is burning charcoal not a prestigious position? Or is there more to Smokey than I know? Doesn't bother me, they're idiots, let's eat. Well, he does a Christian prayer, so is it just because he burns the charcoal? An official killer to protect us. If he'd known, could have brought some. Using his whispery voice for that. Both of you. Yeah, and vice versa. Surely you guys have seen stuff too. The songs of little birds now and then, offering to sing together. More than happy for gossip. This boat sounds like opening up. Doesn't seem gossip or otherwise. Ah. What have we got? Mountain cheese, jerky, and almonds. Let me try the mountain cheese first. Okay, this is an equitable trade for me, and I was kind of hoping they might have some outside perspective of what's been going on. Oh, do they? The sisters and monks alike. And he's privy to it all. Was from a tree that man first learned to steal? For delicious, please tell. This could be important. I think this might end up being the linchpin if we know exactly who's been going with who. Yeah, that's gonna be my secret. Archdeacon isn't going to know it all, I promise. Are they actually an item? No one except old Smokey. Ah, they play Yahtzee. It's dangerous. A church does shut down the double monasteries for things like this. Smokey the voyeur, tease him. Abbot, furious if he knew. Mother Cecilia would be as well. Good for their, they have us to harm. Dangerous knowledge. I say good for them. But it might be worth revisiting Mother Cecilia. Except it's gonna be noon by the time I finish here. Then don't tell them. Sister Gertrude comes down? Is he seeing Sister Gertrude, or did she just come down here for the charcoal? I don't know, we went to the spinning bee. You would think the old women are more inclined for the gossip. About the prior. We've already spoken to the prior though, as far as I know we have all of the secrets. So either way we get a version of the story. I suppose this will track them. This is going to be confirmation the blood was his. Silver, rod, and all. Sex, Luke's, Tenebri. Et tenebris lux, light from darkness. So yeah, we have damning evidence that points to Ferenc, but he's innocent. He just gets up to weird stuff in the woods, but it's his own blood. Laszlo, please, you gotta release what's inside, otherwise you're gonna get constipated. Witchcraft, can't speak to what he's doing. It's not all that bad of a thing you ought to be chanting. It's a common theme with the Gospel of John. Bloodletting yourself to summon angels for aid. I've got enough gossip. I don't gotta spread around even more. Are we going to get more info on this enigmatic ghost? There is a mine. The kids know about the mine and play through it all day long. There's gonna be 3 witnesses, maybe 4 to the ghost. I think you've seen one too. That's spirits, Richard. That's spirits you've been getting into. This is good or motion to hurry. No, this is good, enjoy it. So your eyes are blurry from the nighttime, and the guy passed on by. Good story, well told. Maybe really did see a ghost. Weird guy looked at you. Is that the whole story? Hey, some legend is that simple. A man passed a man. He looked at it, and he was really a bottom with an eyeball or something like that. It's really that mundane most times. Which means it's time for me to see the Archdeacon. Nona's time. There are no more dots anyplace else. No investigations. Except for the objective in the chapter house itself. They said at noons, but it's a big period of time. So nobody's going to mind if I take my time chatting up everybody else first. Otto? Little Anna is here, Gret is here, and no husband to be seen. Oh, I just realized he had pretzels hanging on the wall. There never was anything here before. Werner's new. We haven't spoken to Werner. Have you always been here, Werner? The last time we came up here it was storming. Dr. Stolz. A year or two. He goes to university for his doctorate. They could just apply for the doctorate right away. He settled for master's. After a year or two, got his master's. Yeah, but there's a widow there already. Gertners are good and gracious people. Miserable. These are your charges, Doctor. Come on. What are you doing here, then? Then justification, and they speak to you willingly. I've already made my point, I think. Nor deserve. Well, it's a good thing this doctor that doesn't care much about his patients at all doesn't long to stay here then. What's wrong with the mousy-faced girl? That sounds really cute. You were saying about marriage? Alas, already a woman. A daily risk for you, I'm sure. A pleasure, I suppose. Well, I got nothing out of him. Who else to go to? Say my goodbyes to my gracious hosts? Before we have to go to the Archdeacon? Say hello to little Ursula. House is locked. Where's Hetty? Hetty's not anywhere? Locked? Otila's isn't locked. You want to talk, Otila? Does not want to talk. To curmudgeon-y, we never made friends with her. Brigitte. There's a but. What happened? Did something happen with Martin? On this thing, we heard that gossip already. If we need a patsy, I think Veronica is the only one's gonna miss him. A good man. Maybe he's not a murderer, but a good man's kind of a stretch. Patsy or honesty? I don't think it was Martin. Martin makes a great patsy, though. He was seen fleeing the scene. And the Baron's rings went missing. Could have taken it a scuffle. That was a choice. Maybe I'm going to be on trial, and all these friendships I've been making are going to hurt or help me. Is this what the doctor meant by mousy-faced farm girls? Because she seems fine. No, he doesn't like us enough. He told me to eat shit or lie and say not a word. His mother's influence. My mom's the exact same way every time something happens. You got that from his side of the family? Lovely pigs. Nice lemon shape. Saw him Thursday morning. Oh, there was options. Oh well, too bad. They've already told everybody else, though. There's no point lying to her specifically. Anything else? Not regretfully. Is there something else? Oh, there's a but. If I see Martin, okay. We're not gonna see him though, he is long gone. And that's it. I don't think there's anybody else to talk to. Let's go to the mill. Maybe check out the Sadia shrine. Nothing to talk about. Nothing at the ruins, no last minute secrets. Still sealed up. Okay, I guess I'll check the shrine out. And if there's absolutely nothing else, then there isn't anything else but to talk to the Archdeacon and get this done with. Alright. Time to collect what evidence we collected so far. And bring it on up. But first we gotta feed. One final BRB for the night. Then, Archdeacon we will speak to. quick, short. And now to see what the Archdeacon wants from me.
Victime Paschalis.
So much for Rudiger's runaway.
Immolen Christiani.
You're still missing him, Matteo, because he's right down there.
Nos redemit ove. Christus innocens
Refectory. Oh, everyone's over here. Hetty and Veronica. Are you my witnesses? Have I built up enough rapport with you guys? Getting everyone's blessings. Do I know Ulrich? Have we met Ulrich? I can't remember Ulrich. We got an Utrecht. What about Ulrich? Oh, the baker. I'm just not used to seeing him outside his baking context. What's he here to cook? I feel like everybody's lined up to be witnesses. And to speak on my character after I've been snooping around the entire town and digging up graves and telling lies. And seducing half the women in town too. Of the cloth or otherwise. Andreas Mahler, journeyman artist, Nuremberg. Andreas Josef Mahler, master artist. Not master artist yet. Artist, recently of Venice. Troublemaker, now's not the time. This will be remembered. Commissions from multi-patrons, need the money before I return to Nuremberg. I ask myself that sometimes, haha, Abbott. I'm gonna try to treat this with professional decorum. Relation to Lawrence? Brief friend, if that. Only knew him for a day, but friendly terms. By now, yeah. How would I characterize him? Do you want me to answer honestly? Fine man, lover of art and knowledge, confident, overbearing, used to getting what he wants. That's absolutely true. Nobleman for all the good and ill that goes with that title. Someone, perhaps, yes. Brother Piero is old and decrepit. Sorry, Piero, but it's true. He held a knife in his hand, the Baron's knife. That wasn't even the killing blow. Oh, sorry. Go on, Archdeacon. Sorry, yeah, go on then. That one ding of this will be remembered is probably going to prevent my case from actually working out. But at least you got plenty of notes to work with if I want to do a more golden run. Or at least this character combination. Most plausible perpetrator, huh? Lucky Steinar argued with the Baron. Sister Matilda may have wished revenge. These are my only options. Lucky, Matilda, Ferenc, or Martin. I have solid evidence on Matilda and Ferenc both. Martin is a thief, but I'm pretty sure he's just a thief. I don't think it was any of these guys. Lucky argued with the Baron. Either they had an upset that day because Lucky is also a very steadfast man and the Baron doesn't understand the word no. Matilda's got the history, but I think that history was used. I don't think that she was actually the killer. Ferenc, we got loads of evidence. Martin, we have his reputation. I think the truth is more that it was somebody that knew about what happened to Matilda and wanted to seek revenge because the Baron was never punished and never going to be punished. I think it was the monk that goes into town with her that she has a relationship with. I can't do anything else. I think I have to pick the guy who got. I put my notepad down and pressed space by accident. I put my notepad down and pressed space by accident. The very tip of the corner here, very lightly brushed on space, but that was enough. I guess we're gonna condemn Sister Matilda. Because whoever we end up implicating, evidence or no evidence, is gonna be getting the sword. Well, that's all just more reason then to take my notes for now and plan out how we're gonna do things differently next time. I think I've made a pretty good Andreas though. With his with the backgrounds that I picked for him, going to Venice, choosing a theologian interest in university, with a slight focus on oratory, earth, and heavens. It's a good spread, so I think if I do play this again, instead of seeing what's different, if I spread things out to different backgrounds, if I keep those variables the same and focus on the mystery, and see if I can't get more evidence on the nun's boyfriend. So, the Spinning Bee was good. Spinning Bee got us a lot on those two, and on the character of the monk. Dining with Smokey is good, because you get lots of gossip there that also talks about their relationship. And then Crypt to Library. Opening that up ASAP, so I can get information on Matilda, and talk to her and Mother Superior. I think if I do this again, keep the variables the same, and focus on those that might be able to get more out of it. But for the time being, I have failed to listen to the Mother Superior and the monk and threw Sister Matilda directly under the bus by accident. And so now this is the course I have to take for here. And we have hints of evidence too. We have notes that go two directions. We have the blind nun that smelled moss, sulfur, frankincense, and roses. Nuremberg inch or an Innsbruck inch. I believe somebody else wanted revenge. Is my spacebar? Blame my spacebar for tossing Matilda under the bus. She's got a shovel. Now I've got to say the shovel is the murder weapon. We did have the shovel stained with blood. Rabbit kittens in the garden. If I'm already implicating Sister Matilda, I have to go in all the way. I think Wolslaw might have reason. He knows about what happened 3 years ago. Mother Superior claims he doesn't, but he does, and they have a relationship. They're open with each other. And so that might have given a motivation to want to seek to avenge her honor. I'm not sure, I just want to bring it up. Achievement unlocked. Hot goss. Tell Jacob Estiller immaterial gossip. Immaterial gossip? Oh, this is gonna work against me then. Well... And for a penny, let's toss Ferenc under too. We'll just give him all the evidence we have, and that'll be it. If he wants extraordinary evidence, how about exhuming a monk to shove paraphernalia into his ribcage? Exchanging letters after performing a magical ritual during the Baron's visit. Scribble, scribble. Nold the Baron. Silver rod with dry blood on it. That we know is Ferenc's blood. We do need to find a weapon, I think, if it is... If he did the son of the what in it? If the cellarer monk, if he did the killing, he wouldn't leave the tool out of the open, it'd be down. with Pietro in the cellar, locked up where no one could see it. Oh, because we have oratory, we could skip the dirty truth of our own grave digging. Technically, Matteo delivered it to us by allowing us to continue digging. If anybody pries further, I'll leave it at that. I'm gonna toss Martin under 2. Martin was seen fleeing the scene, having absconded with his rings. Yes, yes he did, and maybe even his life. And the book for the Abbey, he took the book too. The Baron, the Baron might have been killed the night before, though. If it was 2 a.m., he might have killed him then, and then stole his stuff. Very well, Your Reverence. We're just giving information, doesn't mean we're implicating him. I can think of nobody else. An argument is not motive. Not clear to me, so no point bringing it up. Sorry, just wasting your time. A mystery I am unable to explore. We did get another note off Matilda, but that's really... that's it. What if it was Illuminata? She spends a lot of time with books behind that door. And Lisbeth also sometimes spends time behind that door too. Lisbeth or Illuminata could also be possibilities. Okay. Alright, so we only got one ding for the interruption. This order background gives a lot of plus plus plus. Gave name politely was a plus plus. So if I play again to see what's all different, I might keep order just for that. Have an easier time through pretty much every one of these challenges. Who do I believe killed the Baron? I've only got 2 suspicious individuals to choose from. And there's all the notes on them that I picked up throughout if I want to refresh myself why I think they're suspicious. Well, to save one decrepit old man, I have to toss a slightly less decrepit old man under the bus. Even though we got so much information to prove his innocence. Between the two, though, Matilda is likelier. That she got a note makes me think it wasn't her, though, because someone gave her that note, the same style as the kind that, what's-his-face got, that the Baron got. So Matilda was either bait or being avenged, but I don't think it was her. It was neither of these two, that much I'm certain on. Yeah, that makes it easy, Chill and Chum. Doing heresy, then being blackmailed about it. We've got witnesses that saw him practicing witchcraft in the woods, was not just us. Sorry, Ferenc. Has the most to lose. His anxiety about the situation. I'd welcome reverence, want help any way I could, know my heart, brother Piotr is innocent. Final day of law and judgment. When the man I pick has to die. Didn't want to miss this, makes it sound like it's a festival. And I'm sure by now we've all read Discipline and Punish, so we all know what's coming. Achievement unlocked, the Prior, with a skeletal Prior as the icon. Tells me that now I got replayability to lean on one specific suspect and get everyone executed at least once to clear out full achievements for this game. Archdeacon got it wrong, but I'm going to point in his direction. Da, 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 da. Like Undertale Genocide, but more choices. Only thing I know about Undertale achievements is that Undertale didn't want achievements, but I think PS4 forced it onto them, had to do it for PlayStation. So they just put a bunch of nonsense, nothing achievements. So I heard. I haven't touched a PlayStation since PS2, so I can't confirm that. That's all hearsay, but this game's all about using hearsay as fact. And this is on my hands. It is my hands that's gonna spill his blood, even if not holding the sword. What if I simply gathered no evidence? What if I had nothing? If I had ran around town, sloppy in my investigation, casting too wide of a net, not leaning into any one lead, and saying, sorry, oh, then it would have been Piero! It would have been Piero because Piero's already chosen. So, basically, if I don't get the right person, then either Piero dies as planned, or someone who's also innocent of this crime. So regardless, all I've done is switch the blame from Piero to somebody else. Maybe not being so involved would have been the right choice, and getting nothing, and then damning Piero. Piero, who was perfectly fine with his lot, and willing to accept what befell him, even if he knew the truth. If he knew the truth. Sloppy business beheadings, it does take more than one hit often. On the plus side, the sister's secret is safe. I know, Carver, at the very least, a chopping block. With them tied down would have made it easier. But this can't be good for the Abbey, as a whole. If Ferenc was caught, pick it up with the Archdeacon, blame yourself, turn a blind eye to his activities. They were harmless, though. He was only a patsy, in the same way he wanted to make Piero a patsy. We simply chose a different one. I've damned the scriptorium, so maybe let's find out who actually did it. And more, who's got the smallest cost to society if they die off. We do get our payment at least, so at least there's that. Andreas non grata achievement. And Act 1, out of the Abbot's favor. I'm afraid so, Brother Piero. At least you got to keep your neck. And that's only Act 1! All of that was only Act 1! Given there's an achievement for Andreas non grata, maybe, depending on who I chose for murder. Or if I chose nobody at all, and Piero got the chop, and then the status quo would have been maintained, and I could stay, cheerfully, knowing my dear friend was murdered as a cover-up. I don't know about that, a master gossip, I think. Who will keep you out of trouble, as I will you. Yeah, might as well. I value his assessment. Beautifully painted, even if he kept leading the pigs to the acorns in November. Or no? Took his advice, are they not leading the pigs to acorns? We got one pig going the other way, so maybe they're just like ambling around. Or down here. Oh, himself into the work. Literally, guy on the right. Oh, we dropped a page. What is this? Did he slip this to us? Is this going to be a key piece of evidence that it turned out Pietro was the mastermind after all? Do not return here. Don't tell me. It was actually the abbot this whole time. I don't think there was a way to investigate the abbot. But if Matilda got a note and the Baron got a note, did we get a note in a similar script? I don't think I had a way to investigate the abbot, though. What if you could? What if there's actually a way to investigate the abbot that has been squeezing the land dry by overtaxing the peasants who could barely make their miller fees? What if that is a true gold end? To go after the landlord. Maybe I have to get somebody else killed in order to see this. Because Piero cares about my work, about my art, but nobody else does. But it's in my book, in my manuscript, so maybe we would have found it anyway. Nothing to be concerned about. It's a similar note to the Baron's clothes. And another, but first someone was trying to get him to go to the chapter house. Well, gee, who else has expelled me and says never come back? Wish I knew. I can't even guess. As often as I can. I could promise that much. Roll credits. Thank you for your friendship until next time. Thank you for your guidance until later. God bless you. Thank you for your friendship. It's ascended beyond mere mentorship. Are we going to see this true happening? Andrea? Oh no! Don't tell me that's Piero's grave. We're too late? Is Caspar our little son? Did he come with us? Is this a local boy? We were here for so few months, but Piero meant so much to us. Seven years? I guess that's enough time to pop out a kid. Ooh, we got more background. Where do we go afterwards? Poland? Know some Polish, bits of Czech and Hungarian? Can reference cultural touchstones from Krakow, Prague, and Buda? England knows English, reference cultural touchstones from London, other parts of Britain, France. Finally get some French into us. Can reference Paris, Tours, and Dijon or Aragon. Get some Spanish in, bits of Arabic. Cultural touchstones from Barcelona and Valencia. Well, this is 16th century, right? Who's in a good, richly position? I guess everyone is. But he enjoyed his time in Italy. Maybe hopped across the Mediterranean to Spain for a bit. Barcelona, Valencia. If he goes Paris, Tours, Dijon, he definitely is picking up the French disease at this rate. Let's go Barcelona. They're fond of Netherlandish painters. Oh, maybe there's some, what do you call it? Because we chose Italian, right? Who would appreciate Italian the most? Because he could have chosen Dutch in the first part, and would have doubled up. Could probably double up some Dutch mastery for the Aragonese. Oh well, he's had his fun. Guy finally grew a heart. Still not welcome, come on. Father Garneau has to be gone by now. No, he's still around and hasn't forgotten. Just passing through back to Nuremberg. Pay respect to an old friend. Landhouse at a hotel, inn, or tavern. Didn't get Ferenc killed? Yeah, we did. We pointed all culpability and evidence towards Ferenc. God bless you, now be y'all. Revolution? I don't know enough HRE history to know or care about what happened in the 16th century. When's my last autosave? If I go main menu, you'd warn me first, right? 37 minutes ago? What the heck? Autosaves are all I've got. I don't got any of the save off. Is there no quick save, is there? I don't think there is. No quick save, quick load? Quick responses? So unless I want to repeat the our little inquisition and the trial and the execution and everything up to here, I'm committed into the next save point. And then we panicked and blamed somebody else. I don't want to talk about it. Help convince the investigating archdeacon and other monk was responsible. That or let an innocent man die. Just a simple yes. It was let an innocent man die or let an innocent man die. What choice did I have? Have to make difficult choices, maybe the wrong ones. Exhilarating? No. This is my cross to bear now. Is he not fond of Mom? Is that why he went to Spain for how many years? Oh. And he's had quite enough of that. Yeah, he's famous and rich. What more could he want? Maybe his long hair back. Must be hard to believe. Was very much like you. All that I accomplished is my work, and now he's hollow with nothing else left. Want to be like his father, like brothers. Thought it was his dream. How depressed do I want to get this boy? After all this hard work and fame and money, I am hollow and empty with nothing else to make me happy. I thought I was following my dream, by copying my father and brothers, but instead I am empty now. Or I used to have ideals just like you. Maybe it's he's focused too much on work, never actually settled. Well, I guess he must have settled down to become a master. But then here he is roaming around still, taking commissions. I don't know his home life. Maybe he should have settled down before returning to Nuremberg to become a master. This is what you have to look forward to. Nah, steer him on the right path. Want life as an artist to be better for you. Learn from my mistakes. I do have control again. And I saw the icon. Icon means we finally got a save. And finally getting a save means that has got to be it for tonight. It's almost 5 o'clock, that is late enough, but the trouble is... 17 seconds ago, last game. Good, good. It was either wait for 17 seconds ago save, or redo 37 minutes. I thought we'd be done today, but it turns out there's still even more. I still want to go back and do a second game of this with what we've learned now. But now it turns out there's even more. There's going to be so much branching too. Like who dies, whether or not we're expelled from the Abbey, never to return again. Maybe it really is impossible to learn the absolute truth. Maybe it is best for the artist to not be an investigator and regretfully let Piero go. I don't know, because I do want to do a playthrough number 2. But there's still a lot more up ahead of us. There's still more game ahead of us. And I don't know where that game is going to take us. We got to choose backer, which means it's got to be applicable to something else coming up. I simply do not know. And I have really got to follow more people, because right now I got like almost nobody online to raid and toss you guys on to. In Pentiment, there is nobody else playing but me. Schubert's on, Catbot's on, but I've rated them already. What's Doc playing? Battlefield Bad Company, Doc's cool, but you guys want to watch Battlefield Bad Company? My recommendeds don't really have anybody online. Is that X Spectrum? Okay, in that case, let's simplify this. Let's do... Let's do Waifu Raid. Haven't raided Waifu in ages. So I'll toss you guys on his way. He's doing some Resident Evil 4. And next week then. Next week we have got to continue this, so look forward to that. We'll continue Andreas's life of so many mistakes. So until then, thanks for hanging. You guys enjoy the rest of your night and your weekend. I'll see you next week. Take care of yourselves. Thanks again, bye.
はちゃめちゃ忙しいスーパーヒーローお肉の手入れサインの練習空手チョップで橋終わったら牛丼片手にダンシングロックンロール強い当たり前そりゃそうさかわいい照れるなガックン手の突っ張りはいらんですよ言葉の意味はよくわからんがとにかくすごい自信だレスラー怪獣私が相手だと